thought that my alarm is gonna remind me that I need to go live, but I decided not to do that. So fair enough. Hmm. Dang. Okay, I got a little shitty comment over here. So that's fun. Let's see. My thing is going. Looks like we good. To set up something real quick. Because I am bad at this. Think think I got everything all nice and set up here, more or less. Let's go and figure that out. And I just posted that so I can get rid of this. Coolio, coolio. Hey cats, how are you doing today? Yes, happy Labor Day, everybody. So that's fun. I don't know what we actually do on Labor Day other than just get the day off. Like I know it's celebrating workers, right? I wasn't really sure which episode to start with for for today. Let me adjust a little bit over here. Moving a little slow. I had a very interesting weekend. Yeah, we on Labor Day. Okay, fair enough. But I had an interesting yeah, I had an interesting weekend. I had a friend over for the weekend because she was in town, and that's why I didn't stream on Saturday or Sunday. But it's very interesting because apparently my cat hates her, and so we were doing a little sleepover thing, and like 4 in the morning, I start hearing strange noises, and then she comes like running through the room, and my cat's like right on her heels. She had my cat had apparently cornered her in the bathroom and was throwing herself. My cat's very tiny. My tiny cat was throwing herself at the bathroom door, trying to kill my friend for seemingly no reason. I really don't know why she hates her so much, but she really does. I mean, yeah, I guess she didn't give her we call her treats kitty crack. I guess they didn't she didn't pay the toll maybe. I don't know what was up with that. It was very strange. And I don't know why she did that. She like never does that. But it's very interesting. Very very interesting. Very interesting day. So now I'm I'm still catching up on the sleep and stuff. No, she's not even a dog person. She has a cat. She's a cat person. And it's not quite I don't know if she didn't like the smell of her particular cat because she likes other people who have cats. Like one of her favorite people is someone who owns like 3 cats and she loves like putting her face in her shoes and stuff. It was very strange. Very, very strange. But but yeah, that's my story. Um so you guys wanna do uh Dawn over here? Or do you wanna do I know everyone kinda hates Dr. Roscoe, which is justified. But I feel like with the Caleb thing, where he mentions him by name because he made him like that mad. Yeah, it, it's that's probably what happened, but I just don't know what it was. Just because as soon as she came in the room, she had already hated her. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Why my cat was being all vicious. And okay, so we got DSP over here. We got Dr. Roscoe over here. We got Don over here. Yeah, I love Dr. Roscoe. I don't want his spam to have a platform. Fair enough. Yeah, spam scam. So I don't know if we should do Dr. Roscoe to prepare for Wednesday, which is apparently going to be semi-similar in terms of Caleb getting mad, or if we want like a legitimate episode where where there's not quite just Roscoe's bullshit. I don't know. I don't know which one of these two, because after this, this gets us right in time for the premiere of the DSP episode. The DSP episode's like really freaking long, so I'm not sure if we're gonna do both of these, or if we're only gonna do one Caleb episode and then the DSP thing. Does that make sense? I guess. So, which one would you prefer? Would you prefer Dr. Roscoe or would you prefer Dawn over here? Let me get
You're
a better
not
shot
listening
of
to
Dawn
anything I'm saying. You have not pulled your food
so
spending.
that you know who I'm talking about. Oh, now you let me know alarm. Stupid alarm. Actually, it's not the alarm's fault. It's my fault for for setting it for the wrong time. But you get what I mean. Yeah. To prepare for content, I might do Dr. Roscoe here, unless if anyone objects. So I'll probably start this one.
Hey guys, my name is Dr. Racso. I'm 24, based out of Austin, Texas, and this is Financial
Roscoe.
Audit.
Okay, have I been mispronouncing it?
What do you have your doctorate in?
Nothing.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
I use astrology as a tool.
Yeah, no, it's very clearly don't give this guy views. He sucks. But I think he's, if I remember correctly, he does a scam. It's been forever since I've seen this one. I think I've only seen this one once, and I generally rewatch episodes. So I think that's a statement to how interesting he is. No, I got that you were Dr. Spoon. I figured. As low as the chances of two spoons with like the same profile picture. But yeah, gonna like this video on YouTube. Please like and subscribe. Follow over here, join the Rat Pack. It could be fun. But let's go over here.
As like
Astrology.
a physician's tool.
Okay, I know a lot of people
astrology.
love
Oh boy.
As a big astronomy fan.
Indian astrology.
Like Native American Indian?
Oh no.
Like Indian
Like,
astrology.
Straight up back to the classic? Indian
Oh
classic?
boy.
Okay.
Oh, I totally forgot. I got my bingo card. Okay. Student loan for a degree they don't use, late fee. Caleb gets very angry. Flush squeaks, car wash. Caleb's not a magic pill. Don't know their numbers. Homeless, not a credit card person. Buy now, pay later. Obvious sponsor plug. Actor, artist, musician. Caleb hits the table. I have to eat. Caleb calls himself fat. Never learned about finances. Be an adult. Eating out is greater than groceries. Spending more on a credit card with a balance. Smoke shop or alcohol spending. Makes fun of Noah. Blaming debt on others. Not having an emergency fund caused an emergency. Basically no retirement, and balance is close to or above the limit. Here we go.
No science.
No
Doctor no science.
Doctor no science.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Cool. So
Oh
what do you do
boy.
for a living? Is it that?
So my main source of income was trading, because I want to
Stocks? Like that kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm
crypto-
sure this episode isn't infamous for Caleb getting very angry. I'm sure that he's gonna be keeping his cool the whole time.
trading.
Oh.
Mhm. So my plan was, I wanted to be financially set through trading.
You wanted to be
Oh,
financially
come
set,
on.
so
I
you
forgot
did
he was a freaking. Oh, no. Oh my God. How did I forget so much of this episode? I guess that's good for the sake of the reaction, but trading? Really? Dude, that tends to be really risky.
trading crypto.
Yes.
Oh,
And I did.
crypto too? Oh boy.
Well, until a certain point.
That's how it goes.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Right.
Wait. Oh, but it is cool that you. Well, okay. Wait.
Mhm.
When you say you did well, what did you make over the course of what?
So I think at my highest peak I made half a mil right before I turned
Ooh.
24.
Over the course
Really?
of what?
Wow.
Over the course of, I started.
Did you get greedy and waste it all? Or bet it all?
2023.
Okay, so we're talking maybe like $150,000 a year.
Well, I turned 40,000 into.
That's very true. I love people who trade crypto with no knowledge of how blockchains work. Yeah, I think it was Warren Buffett who says to only, or at least he only invests in what he knows, which is it's probably good advice, to be honest. Otherwise, it's very easy to just hear buzzword and buy in.
440K
It's awesome.
in 10 days.
Day trading crypto or just like finding the stocks?
Oh
to
my
hold?
gosh.
Swing trading,
Swing
and I would
trading,
use
something
like
like
17x leverage.
Oh,
Oh,
If I was
did you say 17 plus leverage? Dude, that can backfire so hard. What are you doing? Oh my god. Do I have gambling? Don't think I have gambling. If I had gambling, this is gambling. This is just straight up gambling. Really high stakes gambling.
really sure.
what do you mean really sure? You can never be sure. Can't even be sure on stock.
He's probably sure because of the stupid astrology, isn't he? I mean, 100 times my Dogecoin too, but it ain't sustainable and it was super stupid. No, like, it's okay to mess around with crypto. It's, I don't know, there's like a certain degree with the crypto stuff where you're going a little bit too far, I guess. If you're like betting your whole future on crypto and you don't understand it, that's not good. But if you're doing like messing around a little bit with crypto, yeah, this is fine, I guess. But it's my same stance with gambling though, of like you gotta be prepared to lose it because I don't think that there's really as much security with crypto as other things because from my understanding, it can go to zero a lot easier than other stocks type security stuff can.
I'm pretty confident on Apple, but I can't. It's impossible for me to say I'm sure it's gonna go up
Right.
at this period of time and when.
But for me, I'm using a lot of tools. I'm using
A lot of fundamentals, I'm sure. Yeah.
gonna say
fundamentals,
astrology,
trading
isn't
charts,
he?
and I'm also using
Plugins.
astrology.
Yeah.
Yes,
all
of
right.
course, yes.
Was that a joke?
No, seriously.
Okay, well, I don't want to be offensive. Sorry.
Fun fact: 2022, the two biggest black swan events in crypto, FTX and Luna, happened on the day of the eclipse in Taurus and Scorpio, which is the money houses.
Yeah, it
Of
sounds like there's always
course.
something at any time always happening, and when things happen, we can
Right.
assign it to be
Right.
that, even though the universe
Yeah.
is random as and the sky has changed since humans have existed on this planet,
Right.
and
Mm.
will change 250,000 years from now.
Right.
But
Well, 100% of people who quit gambling lose a 10% increase in their money. Oh, come on. That freaking copy pasta, dude. Well, it isn't regulated, which is great and terrible at the same time. Very true, very true. It's a blessing and a curse.
The
Yeah.
man who invented our phone, Steve Jobs.
Yep.
He went to
Cool, dude.
India to study Vedic astrology.
yeah, he was an interesting guy. We
Yeah.
all know that. He was into a lot of different things to put in your mouth and make your brain go
Steve
wild.
Jobs was
Yeah.
like the selling guy. He wasn't like he had like some ideas, but it was mainly the other people who do it. Yeah, the old gambler's fallacy. Love it.
Yes, and he didn't like to wear shoes around the office, and he smelled like death. I'm not sure I want to be the exact replica of him. Even though he did lots of
Why
awesome
is everyone
things,
always
definitely someone to
obsessed
look
with
up to,
Steve
but-
Jobs?
Cool.
I really don't think
You
that he was
said
that
it
much of
until
like a
it went
genius or
bad.
anything. Is that controversial?
Sorry, I don't mean to shit on you for astrology.
No worries.
That's always been one of those things where it just kind of annoys me a little, just because.
Yeah.
But so yeah, what went wrong?
So
I bet on the wrong star.
I was trading on nootropics.
That's new to me. Can you explain that?
Because I
What?
got pretty severe ADHD, so I wasn't trading
Oh,
before. I was
no.
just holding and then just waiting and then dumping my crypto
Oh
until
no, is he
when
gonna?
it peaked. But then because of the FTX and Luna, I lost 70% of my portfolio. So
Oy.
I still wanted to make that back, so I started learning how to trade. And because
Okay.
of my ADHD, I couldn't. And the only way I could trade was when I was on excessive amounts of stimulants, caffeine, yerba mate.
Oh my god, dude,
Adderall?
no.
Adderall is dangerous for you, so I don't touch
Oh,
that.
it is, but it really sounded like we were gonna go somewhere where it was
Adderall is dangerous for you, so I won't touch it, says the man with ADHD. But he will go have a crazy amount of caffeine and whatever else he's on. Okay.
like an
Yeah.
actual medication because caffeine. I mean, the vast majority of at least Westerners
Right.
consume caffeine on a daily basis.
Right, but then there are nootropics, which really they're all natural ingredients. They really help your brain, and you just when I'm on that, it's like if you gave you
I hate the all natural thing. Whenever they say all natural, that just makes me think of Because, dude, you know the poisons are there's plenty of all natural poisons. Just all natural by itself doesn't mean that it's good for you. What are you talking about? He might have got some of that FTX money back now, and he probably lost it on some other scam token. I wouldn't be surprised.
Gave me a sniper, I would have probably made the shot. I had that level of focus for maybe like 2 weeks.
I think a little more goes into sniping than
Dude.
focus. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of skill.
Right, but
oh, the little laser pointer, that's cute. Invest in my potato coin? Oi. Rattler snake poison, all natural. Very true, it is all natural.
Focus was like tremendous hyper focus.
And what went wrong?
If I didn't fiddle my thumbs within those 10 days, I could have made 1.7.
Spud coin to the
and
moon.
That's a negative mindset. Like
it is, because that's all of trading.
Yeah, like
all of trading is if I did the other thing, this would have happened, but that's not how.
Yeah, so I'm coming on this show to own up to my own greed. But because I was thinking that, and I saw this Grant Cardone clip of how people become millionaires and chicken out.
Isn't this guy hasn't this guy been covered by CoffeeZilla, or am I just thinking about someone else? Because I feel like they all kind of look like this. And I swear that this guy's been that CoffeeZilla talked about this guy. I could be wrong.
They're like, oh, when people become millionaires, they take away all their chips on the table. I'm no coward. Let me go for another double. And I was about to turn 24.
Why would you do that, though? You don't need to. There's nothing wrong with being conservative with your money. You just need, if you have enough to retire, you're good to go. You don't need to be like the richest person alive. You just need what you need to get through. And maybe have a little bit of fun. Hey, Gamma, how you doing today? I don't understand the just be super duper greedy so that you can make as much money as possible. What are you even gonna do with that money if you get like the amount that like you have so much that you just buy more cars? I don't get it. Grant Cardone has been Zilla'd, yeah. He also endorsed FTX, I believe. I wouldn't be surprised. Are you like fishing right now? Are you talking about like fishing for the gains? Fishing for the gains. If you're fishing right now, I guess it would be a good day with Labor Day. I don't know what the weather would be like though.
So I wanted to, make that millionaire before 24.
The age you are right now, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you don't have to.
I was taking nootropics consecutively for about 2 weeks. They started wearing off, and
yeah, no, your brain gets used to shit if you're abusing it. Fishing for fish, nice.
Leveling you out when you,
completely. So the day I stopped taking it, the withdrawal symptoms came, and I just kind of broke psychology.
Oh my gosh. I forget. Does he just talk about this bullshit for the whole episode? It's the bingo card pointless.
Which resulted in
don't fish for love like Christian. Yeah, when he threw like the red heart on the string at girls like they were Pokemon, hoping that they'd literally. Yeah, no, he totally got banned from malls several times.
400 that $500,000 to a 200K overnight, and I woke up to that, and that just gave me like PTSD.
I remember the frustration of being charged monthly for a subscription I had completely forgotten about, which led
he hasn't talked about Rocket Money in forever, has he?
I could have saved.
Does he still have? Oh no, he's wearing the same shirt. Wait, no, it's a similar shirt.
So again, just visit the link in the description below.
Only fish for love like this.
Get started on your journey to financial freedom.
And then within 5 days, I had 12 pennies.
Everyone does well in crypto until they don't. Everyone does well in swing trading until they don't. Vast majority lose money. Why the? Who possibly told you?
I tried gambling on here.
Where in the world did you think this was a good idea for your money? I need to be very clear about this, just for people watching out there who like think they're gonna become a crypto millionaire. Oh, why that, man? Why is that what you thought you could make your money on? You did well for a bit. That's how it works.
Well,
I hate when people use crypto like this, because in theory, I like the idea of crypto. But then people are just using it like an unregistered security, which kind of ruins the point of crypto.
In the end, except for
am I wrong?
The very small few.
Right. I guess entrepreneurship's like a harder route. Like it's much easier to hit a crypto pump and call yourself self-made. So I think that was kind of the route I was going.
Oh
but
boy.
life had other plans for me.
So now you're 24.
What?
How much money do you have?
Negative.
Okay.
Negative, yeah, negative.
It went to 200K. What happened to the 200K?
He
The
lost
next
it all?
4 days it went to 12 pennies.
Even though I'm against day trading,
Why didn't you take it out?
Take the money, man. Take the win. Take the profits.
Yeah.
That holding, dude. If you're up 13%, boom, you just beat the S&P 500 on average. I would just take.
Yeah.
Right. Well, my plan was get it to $1 million and then rotate it all into altcoins and then buy myself
Altcoins? What
Dude,
are you?
why?
buy myself a passport in Montenegro so I can kind of
What the fuck is your life?
Why?
What?
Because I'm from Burma, so a Burmese passport is
So?
pretty much
Oh, so
useless. So my plan, probably by now, I would have been in Montenegro, a couple baby mamas. But here we
Dude.
are.
Stop.
Is this all a joke to you because you're 24 and you lost everything?
Well,
It's not very funny. To me,
Mhm.
you just won like the Powerball, man. You were set up.
That would have been
so
amazing,
well.
yeah.
You invested
But he got
that.
greedy.
Well, okay, capital gains, blah blah blah.
Right.
Let's say you had like $300,000 less. You invest
Yeah,
that,
no,
man. You're
he would have
retiring.
had crazy taxes on it because it'd be short-term gains. But still, take the win, dude.
You're retiring in your 50s at least. Just even if you're just making enough to survive, you just leave that in there and compound over the.
I mean, I made a list of requirements for my potential suitor. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's more like going around with it, like, on your, literally, like, carrying it around and showing it up to people, and also being kind of racist. That's the thing with that. There's nothing wrong with having requirements for a boy or girl in your head. I think that's actually probably a good thing to have an idea of what you're looking for. And though I guess also don't be like completely closed off. But there are some things that are just like hardline stances, like probably have the same values as you type thing.
The next few decades,
Right.
buddy. But now you were in such a better place than the vast majority of everyone around your age at that time.
Yeah.
And now it's just done. And now what? And now you're doing some Dr. Racso star stuff.
Well,
Really.
Is this the new career path?
what
80% in stable investments, ETFs, bonds, all that jazz, and go hard with the 20% if you think you know what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're young, it can be a lot more risky than when you're older, but it's still being aware, I guess. I made Craigslist and made Craigslist and made remakes of NSYNC covers about them. Oh gosh. Uh, have you guys heard like there was a AI cover of quote unquote Chris. It was AI singing "So Need a Cute Girl" that actually sounds decent, and it's really fun. That's gonna be on my regular playlist now. If you don't care like me, Dr. Spoon. Oh,
what I took from that experience was life was really trying to turn me into the man behind millions.
You did it. What do you mean life? Life isn't some magical thing that just came and like did something to you. You did something. Actions, consequences.
I'm gonna say blaming
I
dead on
definitely
others.
own up to it,
I
but
think he's blaming the universe or something.
I think life and the universe had other plans for me. Like you should, instead of being a greedy,
You're using that as a cushion. You're using that as an enablement against your own choices. An excuse for your own failures, dude. You did it. You lost. You did the stupid thing that no one should ever do. You lost.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, how I can fix this is if there's someone with just 10 million lying around, I can hit 100% in a couple months and take a 20% split.
What is this right now?
What? Why would they give you that money though? What? He's blaming the devs of the simulation. Oi. Yeah, your Matrix thing. Oi. Man, I just realized I'm addicted to Fortnite. Well, fair enough. Generally, I'm like that annoying person who's kind of like against things that are popular just because they're popular. because I'm a freaking hipster sometimes, even though I hate that. But then I saw like they have Gwenpool now, and it's like it actually kind of makes sense for her to be there. Man, I should get Fortnite so I can play as Gwenpool. That sounds fun. You need to find the vibrational energy levels to manifest true wealth. Yeah, that sounds about right.
What is this? You came knowing what the show is. You came having watched some episodes. The fuck is this?
I'm the same about popular stuff until I saw the Avatar crossover. Oh, I forgot that they did that. Honestly, that sounds pretty cool too. Because generally, it's like characters that you can't normally play. I understand wanting to play them in Fortnite, even though it doesn't sound like, even if it's kind of cringe because it's popular. I think it's still it could still be pretty fun. I mean, it's popular for a reason. Oh, you got Toph? Oh, sweet, she's the best.
You're not a random dude off the street. What the fuck is this? What do you think I'm gonna say to that? What is this, hilarious?
No.
No, it's not. I'm sitting here. We only have limited time. We get people on the show. You're fucking around. You're coming here. You're gonna repeat your mistake?
No, definitely not.
What do you mean? You just said if there's $10 million, I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, contrarian. Yeah, no, totally. I don't necessarily like that I do that, but I kind of do that.
Go make that
What's
money
SP?
off that.
Like,
doing what? Getting into altcoin? What's your plan? What are you gonna do? 100% return on that $100 million or whatever you said.
2024 is the great financial reset, so there's going to be another.
Now
I'm gonna lose my mind. What?
Tickets on Lotto.com.
Oh, look, gambling on the financial literacy show.
Money flow into altcoins, cryptocurrencies, and if you can dump it before.
Dude, maybe crypto.
Oh, spelling. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I know what you mean. So yeah, that's fine.
Go up, maybe crypto will go down. I don't give a. You do not know.
Actually, I do know.
Small blind girl 360s Master Chief with a boogie bomb. Oh, yeah. I forgot. They have all. Or don't they also have Mr. Beast? So that's kind of funny. Hooked on phonics. Why have I heard that before? Why do I remember that? Where is that from? Why do I know that? Was it like Red Letter Media or something? I swear I've heard that before. And now I can't remember where I've heard that before.
How do you know? What's your little magical knowledge? What's your little magical knowledge? Because if you had this magical knowledge, that $400,000 would be $800,000, would be $1.6 million. What's your little magical knowledge?
It's not exactly insider information because it's public record.
Oh, the show thing?
But I'm following a couple accounts, channels, just sharing like really some deep secret sauce.
What?
So yeah.
What?
Oh my gosh.
What?
He's one of those secret guys, isn't he?
What is happening?
It was a reading tool from the olden days. Oh, I know what those are. Okay, it was I watched like a podcast on scams. That's where I heard that. That's where I heard that. That's okay. Because I think they got sued because of like their claims of being able to help people learn how to read. Okay, now I remember where it was. Okay.
What is the secret sauce that you've learned? What's the secret recipe? What's the 7 herbs?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm totally looking that up. Let me pull that up over here.
I have no money.
Stop it. I can't spell phonics. Yeah, there you go. 6. Let's just do this. Wait, do they still have it? Oh, interesting. Yeah, it was a scam. Or at least I think it was basically at least ruled to be a scam. Or at least with their claims. At least I think they made like over exaggerated claims. Let's see what we
Over
got
the
here.
years, parents, grandparents, and teachers have reported hooked on phonics
Huh.
success stories. With intensive,
Amber
systematic
berries.
phonics, these children learned important skills used in reading. Surprisingly, many schools do not effectively teach intensive, systematic phonics. So if your child's struggling or starting out in reading, hooked on phonics may be an answer. Remember, good phonics skills can make a difference. Call 1-800-764-2878.
Huh. What I remember of the Hooked on Phonics commercials that I heard, I think they were generally on radio shows. It'd be aimed at like adults who never learned how to read. That's what I remember. Maybe this.
Is your child getting C's?
ABC Mouse? Yeah, I remember ABC Mouse. I remember the ads. I never played it or never did it. Because wasn't that like online schooling thing?
And D's when you know he or she is capable of A's and B's?
I wasn't getting good marks in reading.
It was painful for me as a parent to see Jessica struggling with reading.
Phonics game was a fun way to learn how to read.
First, I
poor
thought it
kid
was too
doesn't
good
want
be
to talk
true,
about
but
this.
there's a money-back guarantee.
Here's the phonics game promise. 1 full letter grade improvement on your child's next
Not
report
Alex Trebek. Yeah. He folded. That Hooked on Phonics money too good. Freaking Autobot again. Okay, it's not just you cats. Uh,
card or your money back.
Using the phonics game, I saw an improvement in 2 weeks. Her teacher came up to me at school and told me that she had seen a great improvement. Reading is fun and easy for her now. She's proud to show me her report card.
I really like school and getting good grades.
It seems like they have like a gun to her head. She seems so scared.
The phonics game is worth every penny.
The phonics game is fast, it's fun, and it works. Call. Consult with the phonics game representatives. Soon your child will be playing his way to better grades in reading. See results on the next report card or your money back.
Must be 18 or older to call.
Interesting. Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Alright. Oh yeah, you've seen those? Interesting. Well, let's go back to this scam.
Spices.
Wait, spices?
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh.
What did
What?
you learn?
Well, all the hedge funds, they're finally getting into cryptocurrencies, and
Oh
once
my
they start
gosh.
pushing out
Dude.
these new narratives, that's when retail's gonna get in, and that's when you dump your
Oh my gosh.
investments.
You sound like every single
Dude.
person I've ever known that only buys gold, or someone that just buys these very specific stocks because of
I can say whatever out-of-pocket BS I want because Automod is my BFF. Yes, you've never been automodded yet. Don't know why.
what they think is going to happen based on this, that, and
It's like scared of the crazy
Buddy.
spoon. I can't.
Yes, a couple people will make it. You know, the vast majority of millionaires, man, it is just investing in the overall market. It is not doing anything remotely similar to what you're doing. Why not go with what has been proven to work? If you want to get there, why not go with something that has a path, a record of success?
Yeah.
There is no record of success doing what you're doing.
Well, he's
guess
gonna
it's
be
too
the
slow.
pioneer.
I could die tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you die
Favoritism?
tomorrow, none of this matters anyway. There's no point in this whole conversation then. Well, who cares? You won't know that you sacrificed.
Right.
So what's the point? If you die tomorrow, it literally doesn't matter that you're setting yourself up for the likelihood that you will live longer.
I guess the faster you can
I say basically no retirement.
financially free yourself, the more time you have to pursue the things
Oh,
that
no.
matter. So
Oh, boy.
for me, what I guess my purpose on this planet is service.
Service.
So, you know, I want to be financially set myself so I can jump into service.
Yeah, I hate that I could die tomorrow mindset. I really do. I really, really do. I mean, okay, memento mori can be based. Remember you're gonna die. But it's for like you gotta be aware. I don't know. It's maybe it's memento mori more in a religious sense. I'm fine with. But whenever it's just like, oh, let's just blow through everything and be reckless. It's just,
Why don't you just go into service, dude? People make money.
but then
doing
again, I'm very
service.
risk averse, so maybe
You
it's
also
just
volunteer on the off hours.
I don't know.
What's your service?
Well, that's kind of with astrology.
Oh,
I say as I
Indian
am trying
astrology.
to
I
be a
can look into
VTuber
people's
in an oversaturated market.
psyche.
okay. Tell me something. Oh my gosh.
Would you like?
Oh,
a
is this
reading?
why my producers asked for my birthday?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
no.
That's your reading.
I don't know what this means.
What would you know?
Translate this, man.
Yeah. So.
Oh
Okay,
no.
Don't tell me anything. What am I supposed to ask?
What happened on January 11th?
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. If I wait a minute, dude, no, no cats, no. I read that one way, and then I was like, oh no, no cats. You're definitely going to die. Pray like we are dying soon. Pray like we are dying soon. Work like we are living another 100% years, or another 100 years. Yes, exactly. This. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Something around like a new mental health, something new spirituality
Oh yeah, what happened?
in your life.
Oh you. You want?
Oh,
you
come
want me
on,
to,
dude.
Like you're gonna take what I say and you're immediately gonna assign it to something and try to justify.
Yeah.
Well, because you're an Aquarius rising, there's something starting around a new spirituality.
I'm gonna
January
lose my
11th.
mind. Dude, why? Ah, be gone. Thank you.
Last Thursday, we worked late. I don't think anything happened.
Expenses? Anything expenses?
I mean, setting up this entire office for the last month has been expenses, but that's anyone setting up an
Ooh.
office.
Right.
And you're gonna try to tie that back to it. You're digging deep.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, January 25th. It's not coming yet.
I have
but
no
there's-
idea.
There's
Next Thursday.
full moon happening in your 7th house, which is
Ooh.
one-on-one partnerships. It could be a business partner. It could
Oh
be
boy,
intimate partner. So you can expect like a
dude.
high point or some letting.
Dude, this guy's like having so many. Also, what's retrograde? I have no idea what that means. In general, I don't understand astrology stuff. But dude, Caleb is like making business connections all the freaking time. What are you talking? You can assign this to basically anything.
Well, isn't that kind of the opposite?
Well, because it's a high
So
peak
this
experience.
this thing could happen, or the complete opposite could
Yes.
happen. So if anything happens, I
Yes.
was right.
Yes.
You're not
Ah,
getting
come on,
Tell me something.
dude.
Tell me something. Tell me
All right.
something. Try to make this real and not
Okay.
stupid.
So
Well,
this-
I'm being such a right now, but this stuff has always just drove me mad.
Well,
That's fair.
This chart kind of shows that so you have planets in the 8th house. So the 8th
In the
house.
what?
Yeah,
house.
no, I don't.
The house of
I don't really care about the astrology stuff. Mythology's fun, just for learning about like what the constellations are and stuff. That's fun. But yeah, no, learning is fun. Um, whenever I got to the point in my first major where I wasn't having fun learning anymore, and it's more just complete chore, there was never any like sense of accomplishment. I I went along, took a different class, figured out that I do still like learning. I was like, okay, I can't do this for the rest of my life if I already hate it. So and then I switched majors, and I it was definitely worth it. But now I'm doing a VTuber thing, so I don't know.
Scorpio. So that means you can see things below the surface. Like I'm saying words,
Oh.
you can there's the 5 senses: words, smells, taste, touch.
Oh,
then
no,
you
I was
can
gonna say
see
it's like
what's
psychic.
underneath.
Hmm? Tell me
It's-
something.
It's also the house of complex traumas. So maybe
Ah.
something around your father, like a father wound.
Oh, I had good parents.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, life's a crock pot. Fair
Dad,
enough.
did you do something to me that I don't know yet?
And this shows you have like a personality that's like nurturing and caring. Like you want to, instead of
That's not coming across in this conversation.
You just
instead
throwing
of,
sh-
you know,
you just throw
focusing on,
shit
like,
in
a
randomly
career,
and
you
it tastes
wanna
funny.
kinda
Yeah,
nurture people.
that sounds fair.
Like that's what I'm reading off here.
Yeah, I'd have that kind of reaction if that amount of just came out of my mouth too.
Yeah.
Oh
Don't
boy.
mean to spook you, but
What?
through
What?
this, I can predict the conditions of your spouse.
You couldn't even predict my past.
Dude.
Are you predicting the future? Okay, what's my spouse? Tell me.
Well, it shows that you could.
What's her race?
She could be someone who is mercurial, like intellectual. She's
Oh my
Dude.
gosh, so like pretty much anyone.
well, some people are not
I
intellectual.
know, but we could probably define the people we're into as
Like-
intellectual.
Right, but more like
So do something specific and not something that we would broadly assess to
Yeah.
everyone we care about.
right, more like a bookworm. Like this is kind of like the archetype, right? You got to think in
Okay.
terms of archetypes.
Tell me.
Mhm.
Tell me.
So it could be more like someone who's mercurial, someone who's chatty, communicative.
You're naming off the most
Dude.
generic shit that like gets you can apply to almost anyone. Yes, there's
Yeah.
some that will not come to that category, but you are picking the majority.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'm mercurial. There's a lot of people who
Congratulations, I just said some
Dude.
are not, but you're picking like the majority.
Yeah,
Right.
Caleb's aggressive
But,
disbelief is kind
I
of
can bet, right,
nice, to be
that-
honest. At least to me.
Let's get a hit.
You are a bet money. Why are you here? Why are you here?
Just because,
Why are you-
like, it would be different if it was, like, I guess a different belief. But when this thing's used so often for scamming and stuff, I do like that he's this type of skeptical, I guess.
Please tell me why the you're possibly here.
To kind of own up to my
It's to
What?
plug the
What- but you just
Instagram
said-
or
you just
whatever.
said, so you just lost all the money. You knew it was
Uh-huh.
stupid. You know you were being a dumb. And you're like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, but I'm gonna get someone with $10 million.
Did he think that like Caleb was gonna buy in to his awesome skills and just shill him to his audience? Was that the plan? Was the plan like, oh, Caleb's gonna be like, this is the coolest thing ever, and then I'll get like all of his audience or a bunch of his audience to come to me.
Next year,
Uh-huh.
and we're gonna bet on this overall thing that no one else sees in the economy. Only me and my special little vision in the stars.
yes, yes.
Okay.
That's not owning up, man. You're being a dumb. You're being a
Hey.
child. You're being a little dumb. Don't be insulting. Don't be insulting. Don't be insulting. You're being a child. You're being a child. You can
Caleb.
own up to a mistake, but you're not really doing it if you're not learning from it and you're not actually doing things to not.
Oh, he absolutely thought Caleb was gonna ante up and the Hammerheads would follow. Yeah, no. I definitely get like the bullshit confidence from him, so I'm not surprised if that was
Repeat the
the
mistakes in the
case.
future. I've made so many mistakes. I've made endless mistakes in my life, just being a dumb piece of shit a long time ago, and just lots of stupid things. But guess what? It doesn't define me because congratulations, I learned from it. Seek the help that was necessary, whether that be mental
good.
health or just support around me or changing friend groups or doing whatever.
Yeah.
Learned about personal finances, got myself out of debt, all this stuff.
Awesome.
Because
Yeah.
I took control and decided I'm not going to be a little dumb anymore. I'm going to change my life. That's taking ownership.
Right.
You're not taking ownership. You admitted you did something stupid, so you're going to do something even more stupid. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
think I
that's
should
basically
do?
what he said.
Okay, well, I'm not going to give investing advice, but
To get
what
out
I've
of
already
debt.
mentioned earlier, typically a good thing to do if we're looking to follow the path of the wealthy and successful people in the past, follow
Yeah.
what the majority of people have done. What have the majority of people done who are in the millionaire status? They just paid off high interest debt, got a
Yeah.
6-month emergency fund, invested in the overall market, and retired in their late 50s, early 60s.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, but I might die tomorrow. Then you won't. It doesn't matter. Nothing will have mattered at that point.
Yeah.
So you may as well bet. If there's something to bet on, probably the higher than likely chance that you're gonna live to the median.
I love Dr. Racco's pure, unadulterated confidence. I honestly wish I had a bit of it with the common sense still, though. Yeah, no, he does have a little bit of a charisma, but he's also kind of annoying as shit, and I kind of want to. He has like the shit-eating grin. You can definitely see the light from Caleb slowly die from his eyes.
age
Yeah.
in this country. Yeah, instead of betting on some subreddit thing you read.
What was
Wall Street
Twitter?
bets.
Oh, even better.
Oh, Twitter.
Oh, so
Really?
good. That's
Ooh.
where all the financial experts hang out.
Really, they do. That's where Twitter. That's where people are sharing insider information.
Dude.
Well, not.
Dude.
It's public, right? I don't want to get in trouble. Don't come after me.
Dude.
What? Who's gonna come? What is this? Some Illuminati thing?
I hope not.
Really?
Well, you better.
No,
make
he's
that
talking about
100%
like he's just like, oh, don't worry, I'm not doing insider trading, and it's like, yeah, no, you're not doing insider trading.
investment on $100 million because you have $4,373 on a fucking credit
But didn't
card.
insider trading, was it like was it Pelosi or someone else? Who was doing the insider trading? I remember there was a politician who was doing it. There's probably a bunch of politicians doing it, but I remember that there was like a semi-recent-ish people talking about that. By recent-ish, I mean like 1 or 2 years ago.
You're paying a minimum monthly payment on. Congratulations, woo! But we spent $725. At least it's in a 0% interest period. When does that end?
That ends in like 6
All
months.
of them, just fair enough.
What is your plan? What is your plan? How much money do you make right now?
Right now, 0. You're gonna get.
What are you? No, this is not a joke.
I'm gonna say Caleb gets angry.
This is not a joke.
Right.
Why the f are you not making any money? Why are you not working? What are you doing with your life?
Was it Hillary? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea who did it. They probably a bunch of them do it because that's a benefit of being a forever politician. You get like in on all the regulations and stuff, so you know what to bet on.
In your future.
Well, worst case scenario, I could get a job in tech sales. Worst
you could
case
get a job. You could get a job in anything.
AIC. I mean, I'm assuming you're saying AOC. How did AOC go from negative wealth to like 10 million on a congressman's salary? You know. Also, probably like I wouldn't be surprised if also lobbying had something to do with that. You know. Oh yeah, hard work and perseverance. That's totally what politicians are known for, right? Nancy Pelosi's stock Twitter picks for Wilden. Oh, really?
Why not just work? Why don't you have a job right now? I don't give a shit about a worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario. Why are you not working right now?
Well, I did when I lost my cryptocurrencies, I did work as a server.
Cool. What
okay,
happened?
good.
Well, you know, when you're serving, you're getting harassed for $1 and like
What are you talking about?
What?
Well, they're not exactly.
Who was hitting on you? Tofia Chu? And I know that she likes the Asian men. And I'm gonna go over her at some point, but I can't really think of who else I associate with that meme of like who would harass him.
I'm not gonna dismiss your experience, but like get another job.
Right. But
serve food behind a counter.
It's kind of
work in the kitchen.
It's kind of humbling because the previous month you were almost on your way to a millionaire, and then the next month
I don't care.
Like,
you need to live. You're putting money on a credit card. You're putting money and you make $0.
The spoon, no.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket
He also
and
didn't
YouTube
say,
TV and watch every game every Sunday.
He also didn't say like who was harassing him. So I guess you'd have to be okay with either gender going after you if you want to sign up for that job.
How's this funny to you?
It's not funny.
You're damn right it's not funny. And what else is not funny? You're favoring Raising Cane's. That's like a worse version of Uber Eats in Texas.
Oh my gosh, do we have I don't think I have DoorDash.
You laugh. You immediately go to laughing. How's
I
that?
will say favor, it's been like super unreliable whenever I use it. I don't know why. $20 is $20. Fair enough. I mean, if they're actually tipping you well, I guess.
There is. You're throwing your money away and you make no
okay,
money.
Randall's, that's groceries, right?
For some, what is this?
Yeah, no, Raising Cane's is pretty good. I've had it, and it's pretty good, but yeah.
Saffin Center? God, this is the
What
angriest
is that?
I've ever been recording this episode. I don't even know if I want to put this
What
up
is
because
that?
I probably just look like an absolute piece of shit. This is ridiculous. This is beyond ridiculous. Foxtrot. Natural grocers. Okay. Shut up. If we were getting some actual groceries, okay, but you're going in there and you're spending $1.50 a day.
I'm gonna say eating out is greater than groceries.
So the natural grocers, that's me getting the energy drinks.
Haven't we determined that that's bad for you?
Yeah, no, generally it's pretty popular.
Oh, clean.
Yes.
But I think that they generally be pretty efficient in time because it is such a specialized food. And since it's basically only chicken tenders, it's easier to like have them all ready, you know? Yeah, I haven't really had a long line for them. Maybe it's where you are. I don't know.
What was getting you and then you crashed because you stopped taking it and then you got a bad headache and you're groggy and all the...
Well, that was the only
he's
thing
hitting the
that
table.
mitigated my PTSD. Like, that was the only thing. Like, caffeine somehow controlled my PTSD, so that's how I was managing
PTSD surrounding what?
30 minutes of standing for the chicken. Oi.
Trading, past stuff that got triggered because of trading.
Did you see a therapist?
I did a lot of it. And
so you've not seen a therapist?
Oh, no.
I did see a therapist.
Why didn't you
Did
say,
you?
yes, I saw a therapist?
A majority of my healing came through MDMA lab journeys.
Energy drink, energy drink, energy drink,
Dude.
energy drink, energy drink, energy drink. Why don't you get a packet of energy drinks instead of stopping there and getting one every single day?
I mean, that would make more sense.
Uber, energy drink,
Or
energy
get
drink,
some
energy
gamer
drink,
subs.
energy drink, energy drink, energy drink, energy drink, energy drink.
Oh, yeah. University? University would be really, really freaking busy. Yeah, for sure. Like, generally it would be like my university Chick-fil-A was always like crazy long line. I'd wait because I needed my nuggies, but still.
Energy drink.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Dude, I am borderline ready to kick you off.
I'm laughing because Clean Yerba Mate, their brand
Super
is
busy with
addiction
desperate chicken
recovery,
people.
And
But
dude, this is me being an addict.
What were you addicted to?
Yerba mates, literally. Like that's why you saw
Huh?
me just going getting 2 yerba mates a day. That's
What is that?
ridiculous. So I'm just laughing at that.
Civil Goat, $100 for a
Okay.
parking company. Thrilling. Ends in
Why
6 months.
that much
Right.
for
Oh,
parking?
yeah.
You traveled out here, so I'm gonna be respectful and at least do this for you. But kill it.
Ooh. Fancy tea. Okay, fancy tea. Cool. Because it's all natural, I guess.
$41.
So it needs.
And a monthly payment, $3,208 is owed.
Let's say,
Door dashing.
do you have
You don't have a
spending on
job.
something with the
Volvo
yeah,
cars,
spending more on a credit
$3,000?
card with the
What?
balance?
$8,000, 8.3
What?
for a car.
You don't have a job.
Well, I can drive Lyft.
Do you drive Lyft?
Go and start. If
Going to start is different than you
Dude.
started.
other
What?
ventures come crashing down, I will start.
What ventures?
Dude.
What ventures? I don't see money coming in.
Astrology readings, astrology
Alright.
courses.
Yeah, I think we just witnessed you do a
Dude.
reading, and half the things you said were incorrect about me.
Isn't like
so-
astrology supposed to help you make like life decisions or something? If you're like are making no money and are struggling to make it by, should I be listening to you for astrology tips? I'm just saying.
what money you're gonna make off of this? I don't think anyone's gonna buy your service after this episode.
They could see for themselves.
Wait, you put a $3,000
Dude,
of the car purchase on a credit card though.
it's gonna be
Was
living in that
the,
car?
other
Maybe.
6,000?
That's
be great if he was doing it right now for our
that's
bingo card.
My sister, like we split a car.
Whose name is it under?
It's under
Both?
my name. but
She
the-
paid for the majority though.
Yes, but then I posted
Okay.
on Facebook Marketplace. Someone wanted to buy it for 9.8 the day I picked it up.
Oh my gosh, you day traded a car. That's so cool.
Dude,
So
why?
if worst case scenario, I can just.
No, that was an offer in the time. That is not a guarantee of an offer in the future. Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta just oh, reset. I need to reset, man.
What?
This is another card. $73 on it. Looks like this one you pay off the Freedom card. Oh my gosh. This must be because you
Yeah,
did not have a
astrology
card,
people are
'cause
red
lift,
flags?
lift,
That's
lift,
fair.
Lift. I
Is
think
that him
that you're supposed to be
doing-
making money.
Is that him using the lift? Is it because maybe he didn't have a car at the time, I
Yeah,
guess?
for them based on what you said in the previous little card, but guess what? You're giving money to them instead. Fantastic. Fees, interest in this last year, money going
Okay.
away. Don't
Day
wanna-
trading
what is this?
cars, yeah.
EILT rewards.
So that was, you can pay rent through the built cards, and then you can get like
What?
credit scores.
You paid off
Yes,
with what
Hmm.
money?
future income.
So you paid off with what? That other credit
He's gambling with that shit too. Oh,
card?
Yes.
$2
dude.
in a checking account. Scary low. You drained it from 2,684 down to 232. What are we doing?
Oh my
What are we
gosh,
gonna
that's a
do?
lot.
Well, we're still getting energy drinks.
Where did it all
energy
go?
drinks,
Was it
energy
the-
drinks,
was it the
TikTok
car?
Shop. TikTok
Sorry. It was the protein. It was peanut butter protein.
from TikTok.
Yes.
Dude.
Civil Goat.
Why?
Popped up again.
Civil Goat.
You favored Chick's already too expensive for you, and then you favorite
Huh.
it.
Is Shake Shack good? I've never had it. I'm trying to find a replacement burger place. Cause ever since I lost my burger place was Liberty Burger, but there's none near me. Flipping cars can work if you got wrench skills, but I don't think Dr. R has it. That's fair, yeah. I don't think he's messed with cars before.
Withdrawing $500. Where'd that go?
Oh, overpriced but good? Okay, I'll have to maybe for like a special occasion I'll try it or something. Maybe the stars can teach him how to fix cars. Maybe that could work.
Took out $500 in the ATM. Where'd that go?
I think I gave it to my sister.
For the car?
Or for something.
You favored
Okay.
Coco's Cafe. Got some energy drinks, selling out money, Venmoing out money, energy drink,
Okay. That's a lot of energy drinks.
Energy drink.
Yes,
What do
we
do
treat
here,
such
buddy?
taquitos. I'd count that.
What do we do here? What
I guess
do
I don't
do?
have that.
What can I do to help you? Because I would like you to at least walk away with something. But
Oh,
what
yeah, too pricey?
can I possibly do?
I might try
Your
a
mind's
shake
already
at some
set on
point.
being
I
a
don't know.
ridiculous clown, so I don't know like what I can do. Do you not feel embarrassed? How are you not embarrassed?
Well, I was embarrassed for an entire year. I was hiding.
Yeah, I think you need to be embarrassed
Okay.
for a little longer than that.
Well, the helped.
Dude, no. Dude,
Just
no.
helped me process a lot
No.
of that. A lot of
Freaking,
shame.
you're being freaking boogie going on going on with his shaman to go and figure out his childhood trauma. Oof. The shakes are worth it? Good. Okay, cool. Because Liberty Burger had like the best shakes ever, so I'm trying to find a good shake replacement. Because my other go-to place, also not near me, there's one in like Waco. What is it? My brain. I want to name this burger place because it's a good burger, but I can't remember what it's called. It's gonna drive me crazy now. Oh well. You can skip the wrenching skills if you're good at lying about cars. It's just that charisma. Do that charisma check. That's fair. I'm a burger snob though, so they might be good if you like Mickey D's burgers. Hey, I like burger. I like the McDonald's burgers specifically because they taste like McDonald's burgers. If I want a good like burger, I go someplace else. But if you want a McDonald's burger, you go to McDonald's. They have a specific taste, you know? Tornado Burger in Houston is good. If I'm ever in Houston, I'll have to try that.
You didn't process it into a productive scenario because now you're gonna go replicate it again. Then you got to go through.
Actually, I'm going to Houston in a few months, so maybe I'll have to do that.
Entire. What can I do to help you? That's my question. Answer it,
Got a
please.
family event.
Well, if this video hits 3 million views,
Okay, all right.
Dude.
If this million hits 3 million views,
Yeah, no, he was totally banking on the
let's
hammerheads.
say I could turn it into some dollars.
You're here to your name out there.
I guess.
Don't
You're not
admit
here
that,
for help.
dude.
I'm open to any and all.
No, you were here to plug something.
Yep.
Honestly,
Dude.
from the bottom of my heart, go yourself. I'm not even kidding. Not a stunt. I don't give a. We have hundreds of people apply on a daily basis who want to come here and get help, and they're willing to travel from wherever. And we took from our interview process and screening process, which is extensive and extreme, and people can lie and you're here to plug something. It's gross.
Yeah.
It's gross. There are people who need help. I am disgusted right now.
Yep.
This is unacceptable. Fuck you, man. Dude, this is some bullshit.
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing
How's
tools
it
to help
typing? It's not typing. The little
Let's
fingers.
hopefully let's at least
things aren't even touching
turn
it.
this into something where someone can benefit from it out there by saying what a dumbass does. What's your rent?
I think all of what Caleb is saying is fair and not mean personally. Yeah, no, I agree. I think he's just calling him out on bullshit. On like taking advantage of this opportunity meant for people trying to get help just so that he can plug his astrology that's not working.
My rent is $1,750.
It's insanity.
Holy
for someone in
cow.
Position. Your utilities. Do you split that, or is that just what it is?
I feel like that would be high even if he wasn't making
90,
literally
80.
nothing.
Internet.
No internet. I use Google Fi.
How much does that cost?
35.
Is that your phone bill?
Unlimited.
Groceries.
That's still internet. Okay,
Fun
whatever.
fact: $300.
Oh, is it like a
Tell
spin-off
people for fun,
company
is
thing?
Anything you already know. You've watched this, but it's anything else you need to survive. Anything you need to do. I'm literally just doing this part because I'm really hoping someone out there benefits. We get.
Okay.
I don't even like when you agree with me. Like I'm so upset at you. I don't even like when you just said Like I've never been this upset in the recording of this show.
I was clearing my throat.
$100 for that. Anything else you need to survive? Anything is.
Bleeding Hearts for like he shouldn't tell him to go F himself, but I think he didn't say it enough. That's fair. Like honestly, all things considered, I thought he was supposed to get like super duper mad, and he thought that he looked bad in this episode. So far, he looks totally justified. But we got like 21 minutes, so we'll see.
Anything else for the household? All right, let's get your minimum monthly debts. Now the car is paid for, right?
Yes.
This is a weird situation. How's the car insurance situation working out?
Car insurance like $190.
Yeah, but who's paying
Okay.
for it?
It's on a 0% intro credit card.
But okay, no. Like who got? I'm sorry. I asked that in a weird way. So you're attached to the policy? Is she attached to any policy?
Okay.
Your sister, the one who paid for the majority of it.
Yes.
It's $190 a month. And yes, it's on a credit card. Everything's on a credit card. You make $0, and this is already insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something.
I'm gonna say not having an emergency fund caused an emergency because now he's getting into a bunch of debt.
Really be proud of, man.
Right.
Fucking throwing your life away at 24. This is beyond sad. 84
Yeah.
for debt. Phone bill, we already got that. Gas.
Where's this income determined from? Did I miss that?
45. Yeah. There's like
Capital One Cooks over.
Yeah, Capital One. There's.
Oh wait, no, I already got that. Chase Freedom.
Chase Freedom's paid for. Capital One.
That scared me. Yeah, the DSP thing's starting soon. So after this, we'll go on to DSP.
There's a lot of my therapy bills because I went off. Yeah.
Is there any other debt that I'm not aware of?
That's about it.
That's about it. Is there any other debt?
No. So the $4,000 that was for my therapy.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any other debt.
$4,000 for therapy? Is that what he said?
Last month's rent, I put it on a U.S. bank.
How much is owed on that?
So it was $750, and then because
if only had $1 million, he could have siphoned $50K from to have an emergency fund. Yeah, no, that would have been amazing. Oh, too bad. Too bad he never had any amount of money that he could have used. I mean, it was like $500,000, but still.
How much is owed on U.S. Bank?
Only $500,000.
1860.
Couldn't have done anything with that.
What's the minimum monthly payment?
40.
This is why I'm not a preschool
Couldn't have
teacher,
made like
'cause
a
obviously
crazy
I
amount
can't
of
deal with
interest,
children.
especially when he's like 24.
Coffee shops. What a joke, buddy. Your utilities are 125. You don't even know your own numbers.
This month was 80.
Oh, don't know their numbers.
90.
Cool.
I'm putting what I have in front of me instead of
Only
trusting
$500,000 though,
myself,
sadly.
trusting
Yeah,
everything.
$1 trillion.
How much in gas?
Oi.
Gas 45.
Okay, so probably 80. I'll put 45. Anything else you have to pay for, man? Anything else in your life?
No.
Come on, anything else that is required on a monthly basis? Everybody, Made not included.
No. No subscriptions.
Medical?
No medical.
You're on your parents' health insurance?
I'm my own doctor.
I'm gonna just end it.
Like that type of doctor? Okay, what? Dude. What?
At all.
Seriously.
Right now.
I'm my own doctor. I take care of my health, my fitness.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Fantastic. That's great.
Meditate.
Oh, absolutely lovely.
Yes.
Everyone takes care of their own health. What are you talking about? Even if you're like sticking in a bunch of McNuggies, you're still technically in charge of taking care of your health. You just need a doctor if there's an emergency or there's something that you can't take care of. What are you talking about?
Get health insurance. Or get on your parents' health insurance.
Okay.
Just because it's important. You went to therapy, you dropped $2,000. It wouldn't have been that if you had health insurance.
I don't think they're
The wild and it's too wild. Very
So
true.
it depends on the therapist. Some don't accept any.
Right.
Some do. Oh, but this was like the tripping your balls out.
No, this
That
more
would
like
explain the
spiritual
cost a bit.
therapy, So
oh my gosh.
they weren't tied to
Have you
any
ever
insurance.
seen
Dude.
someone who's like focused on like the science behind mental health?
Yes, that therapy is.
I'm gonna lose my
connected to
mind.
science.
I'm gonna lose my
They've
mind.
got Harvard researchers with
Who
tied-
has Harvard
Oi.
researchers?
They got a team of Harvard researchers.
Who?
Dude.
The Hoffman process.
And you went to this Hoffman Center?
Is that
Yes.
true?
It's
I don't know if that's true.
for like treatment,
I'm
addiction,
not educated
counseling.
on that. I can't speak. But if it helped you, really all that matters in the end is if it helped you.
Yes.
And if it helped you, it's a win in my book.
Yes. Thank you.
Long-term health is what I really want to see from you, and clearly,
Oi.
behavior-wise and risk-wise and understanding of money and understanding of life in general, you have not been helped. You're just going to repeat the same mistakes. You're going to find yourself mid-40s $0 in retirement, probably living off of debt. You're not gonna have a chance to exist. You're gonna die on the Walmart floor.
Hoffman Center is a total scam, according to my Central Texas friends. I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe 90s, but you're gonna be working the whole time just to pay for rent because you never
I
save up
mean,
enough money to.
Generally, whenever they add center to the end of their name, I get very skeptical.
Put a down payment on a house.
Well, the part of the reason why I came on this show is to kind of show.
So then plugging your.
Yes, but
no link in the description. I refuse.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
But really, just to show my absolute lowest moments, right? This is my absolute low.
That's what you think. Dude, you're 24. It can go lower. We've seen people go lower. You're not guaranteed that this is your rock bottom. You seem too comfortable for it to be your rock bottom.
10 years later.
Go to YouTube for a lot of medical advice. I mean,
maybe that could
depends, but it couldn't be like
fantastic. What are you doing to get that?
It could be okay.
Where's the end goal?
It depends.
Obviously, you just kind of said it, being in a better place. Cool. I'd rather that be more properly defined so we could figure out what objectives we need to hit in order to get there at some point. But cool. What are the steps necessary to get there, and what are you doing to actually achieve them today?
Well, the first step is just content.
Yeah, it probably is going to go lower. It has to.
Yes.
You're a content creator now?
Yes, I do have a TikTok channel.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Yeah, of course he does.
I'll bleep it.
I don't want to promote it because I'm going to
Good.
start.
I would not have allowed it to
What?
be.
I'm going to start another one.
Why?
Dude, why?
Well, I was basically recycling YouTube content on TikTok and getting some money from
your own or someone
Lazy
else's?
Rip off. Come on, why? Other people's content?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wish it for him, but all the behaviors point to it. Yeah, no, I totally agree. 100% agree.
Are you bottom feeder?
He's a doctor. I did message him.
Good for him. What about you?
Dude, he's just taking someone else's content. I say as I'm reacting to Caleb Hammer, but at least I try to add something to it, you know?
His knowledge really helped a lot of people.
Oh, that's fantastic. But you were stealing his content.
He agreed to it. I sent him an email.
Dude.
I was like, thank you. Because I'm sending traffic to his YouTube channel.
Said thank you?
Yeah.
He said continue doing this?
No.
Oh, I stopped doing it because it was messing with my ADHD.
That's a bad idea. Don't do that.
Clips.
So clearly you can't do TikTok.
No,
then,
Gamma,
that's
no.
What's required for TikTok.
Yes. So.
But you're starting a TikTok.
I got to.
Why an octopus, by the way? I'm curious.
Okay, so I literally asked for any steps to get there, and step number 1 has already failed. So what the
YouTube.
I'm assuming an octopus based on the name.
Long form content.
Oh, so easy. Everyone that wants to do it can make it.
It's probably the hardest. Yes.
I would love for anyone who wants to make it.
Yes.
I just got incredibly lucky because these people are like the coolest people in the world. They're like amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry that you're dealing with this right now. How do you think I feel? But okay, what's your plan around it?
Yes, Dr. Octocam, I approve. Spoon, don't encourage him.
Use your advice on YouTube. Tips.
Ask me a question. I don't even know what kind of content you're trying to create, man.
Well, I'm trying to create content around like just wellness, lifestyle design, life.
How are you qualified,
dude?
It's not even qualifications. Why should you be the one talking on that where your negative
gives octane advice?
Your mindset ends up in a position.
Well, financially right now, yes, but I've gone through like a lot of mental problems.
Oh gosh, dude,
that's great. Me too. Fantastic.
You know what? I'm gonna cheat here a little bit. If he's going to the quote unquote therapy to go and have fun with some mushrooms, I'm gonna say that's smoke shop or alcohol spending. I would trust a purple octopus in a doctor's lab coat, and you could have a syringe and those reflex hammers. I would trust that advice.
Yeah.
Now what?
Share.
One of my friends is doing the postgrad on their postgrad on animal intelligence, and the stuff cephalopods do is insane. Yeah, no, octopuses are so cool, and they're so smart. They're really cool. But I'm just like curious why you wanted to be a doctor.
How I got here.
Or why Gamma wants him to be a doctor.
The tips, the sauce, the secret stuff.
The tips and sauce, though, I would be I'm totally down with that.
Don't they have like
That's
3 hearts or something?
I was like, okay, I was I did lots of bad things, blah, 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 blah. Cool, correct my mistakes, acknowledge them wrong, don't do them again, teach other people not to do them. Yes. But you're like, I'm going to go do that again. So how the are you the person you're going to get people hurt, man?
Well, a lot of the
that would make sense.
Like
to be bad for that. Yes, everyone is a doctor. I guess. Like, what do you consider to be a doctor?
Like that's
you're still on it, man.
Probably wrong.
Coffee a day.
No, you go get an energy drink every day. Are you? What? Are you seriously telling me like 20 minutes ago when I was going through your statements this doesn't exist?
I was going through like three or four a day, like up to
Dude.
5, 6. Now I'm like cool with 1, sometimes 0.
But you're still.
I'm also gonna say with the way that he uses credit cards, I'm gonna say that's buy now, pay later.
It doesn't. First of all, I don't. Any kind of
I'm grasping
thing
at
can be a
straws,
dependent
dudes.
addiction and a bad way if you abuse it.
There's a
And
little
obviously, if that
financial
is
this here.
caffeine, great for me. Great for the majority of
Okay,
people.
so it could depend on the
if it has
species.
been abused and it's negatively impacting you, okay,
Maybe.
that's cool. You acknowledge that,
theory,
you stop.
I could see that.
You haven't stopped. So how are you coaching other people to stop if you won't stop something?
Well, I haven't started coaching anybody.
Kind of
'cause
reminds me
I
of
know,
Hat
you're
Lady. You
talking
guys,
about
you
uploading
guys
to
remember
YouTube
Hat
for it.
Lady?
Right.
I went
We're
over
getting
that with
there. We're
Dr.
talking
Malley.
about your content you want to create, like you asked.
I could just like I don't think I'm ready to coach anyone. I'm just here to share my experience of what's worked for me, what's not.
Dude.
Nothing's worked for you.
The FA has worked for me. The have worked
Back
for me.
organs or bad organs? Backup. Okay, that would make more sense. Okay, cool. That makes sense. They have backup organs by design. Interesting.
How I'm managing my ADHD, dating.
You single?
Yes.
I don't think you've been successful.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
What's your version of metric for success?
Yeah,
I don't know if people
the
are trying to-
super the hippie lady with the hat, and everyone makes fun of her hat, and she goes a lot.
Get dating advice. Probably someone who's actually, is in a successful relationship.
Right.
Yours have failed.
I don't know how to teach guys to stay in a long-term relationship, but
Trying to teach dudes how to stick it in.
how to meet women. That's something I can help with. Or social
Good
anxiety. I
boy.
have terrible social anxiety.
Yeah, me too. How do you
Dude,
meet women?
what?
Outside. Oh, there's a woman.
Yes. Boom.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, a lot of guys
Oof.
cannot do that.
No, I know.
A lot of guys cannot do that. So
I'm oversimplifying it. I know.
yes.
Social anxiety, it's hard. I had to work myself up a lot for it. Asking people out. Really
She's also not an
practicing it.
escort with
Vast
extra
majority of
steps.
times,
What?
Failure. Well, just works once or twice. And
Nice. What's your favorite pick?
Or there was. Are you talking about the other chick? Because there's another chick who's kind of like that. I think the super LA one. I think she was that. Oh, really? Was she like that? I don't know. I didn't pick up on that.
Blind.
I don't have any good pickup lines. I just got lucky that someone said yes
Really?
to get in the number. Yeah.
Nice.
But either way, so that's what you're gonna help people with? How
Yes.
to like take someone
Dude.
home that night?
Well, not exactly. Like, take someone on a date.
Boy.
Right.
Classy. Yeah.
Right. Take someone on a date.
Of course.
Yes.
So
Oof.
Andrew Tate with a pedo mustache.
Okay, I'm laughing at that, but
His mustache isn't even like that. You can barely tell it's there because it's barely a mustache.
I know. I'm being cheeky. I'm being cheeky into your thing. Actually, I don't think it looks bad. I don't think it looks bad. It's just
Thank you.
I'm just being a little cheeky little because you pissed me off. But
do you think I should get Rogaine?
no, I think you look good. You're a handsome dude.
Really? I kind of want to have your mustache.
I don't know, man. People comment like, "Yo, okay, let's shave that beard."
No, here life coaching is actually a tantric thing, and most of her clients are guys. Oh, and I looked that up when you said that the other day. Oh, you're right. Holy shit, you're so right. You've got to be so right. Oh God, there's more layers.
Yeah, like Rogaine.
Yeah, no,
minoxidil.
definitely. I agree with you guys. Then
No, I mean
that makes sense.
Well, I don't know how we got on this subject, but yeah, are you trying to like Andrew Tate 2.0?
A healthier version of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your thing now. It's a very saturated market.
You think
Yeah.
so?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot
Self-help,
of
men dating, that kind of crap.
Yeah, no,
It's become a
that's
big thing these last few years.
Well,
very
there's
true.
a lot of toxic.
Sure.
You
Okay,
know.
so how are you going to approach it? How are you going to stand out? What are you going to do to be different? Why have you not done it?
Wait, what?
Why have you not done it? A lot of people's biggest barrier into content creation is making the actual content. Why have you not created anything?
The
Yeah.
profession can interfere with your own dating life.
Okay, how's your dating life?
what?
Right now, it's fine because I'm not on the internet. But
Also,
when
did
you're on the
Caleb just
internet,
call out
there-
V-tweeters?
Are you asking people out?
Yes,
How's it going?
pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, some of us are more blessed than others with our
Well,
genetic
Well, I
Oy.
conditions.
I can show you an old photo of me. You could clip up. I wasn't always this way.
Let's see.
Okay.
Show me. Where are you? Were you fat like me?
worse.
Oh, did he call?
Stored a lot of
Do
trauma
I
on
have
my-
that? Caleb calls himself fat. Good, we got something. I got too far down the hole of what kind of life coach she was and discovered all that. Oh, interesting.
face.
Curious to see. how
Very
that
interesting.
Yeah.
Transcends into a photo.
So
Wish I had
Can I
known
see?
that whenever I made the
I'll show
video.
you a photo.
Project Red. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
They donate 25% to AIDS.
Yeah, I don't think they do
Okay.
anymore though. I
Really?
haven't seen Project Red in a while. I could be wrong.
Huh.
I used to be very up to date on all the releases, Apple related, but
This was
Huh.
me.
dude, that's not like a picture of you.
That's a the picture of me. I was blacked out.
Wait, which one's you?
What?
The fat guy.
I wouldn't really call you fat though in that picture.
Well, I was
Huh?
definitely out of shape, and
Sure,
yeah, I was definitely out of shape, and I was playing a lot of video.
it's not a good
games.
angle. It's hard. It's
What's
hard to see
wrong
what
with
you look
video
like there,
games?
to be
Yeah.
honest.
I've got a better photo I can dig out.
I mean, if you,
Yeah.
I guess if you get
So,
like
What are we talking about?
too
What's-
sedentary,
okay,
it
so
could be
what's your
bad
plan?
for you.
What's your
But
plan?
video
What's
games
your
are
plan?
fun.
I want to hear your plan. You have goals. Get me there.
Well, the first step is get a bunch of views, get on the internet.
Okay, how do you get a bunch of views?
Yes,
Easier
please
said-
tell me.
that-
Tell me
yeah,
how.
That's so easy.
Teach me your ways, Dr.
Content
Racco.
consistently,
What
every
is the
day.
content that's going to be good enough that people vote with their eyeballs that they enjoy it?
That I will have to test out.
Ideas, please.
Please.
Any?
Kind of like a Sam Sulek type of
Who?
I don't know the name.
vlog. Like he blew
Vlog?
up. Kind of like
Huh?
vlog because he blew up on YouTube because of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little channel vlog, but that's mostly just for fun. But vlog,
Really?
man, vlogs like that was like 5,
So-
6 years ago.
Are vlogs even like
Guys,
good in the
it's a
meta
new
anymore?
year and you need to make
As
your
far as
money
I
work
can
for
tell,
you.
they're
You
not.
can do exactly
It's
what
so
I
fun.
literally do. I signed up below.
I think want us coming back. People,
Is it?
there's a whole loneliness epidemic going on.
Yes,
People want
that's
to see,
very
like,
true.
real people, rather than
And you
like,
wanna profit off of
influencers.
it?
So I could start out just being me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the magical thing about that is all of a sudden, like, you're gonna be you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
vlog
be
is
me,
so
but if you do blow up and you
2017,
get a certain
I-
number next
that's
to your
what I
name, all of a sudden
thought.
people are gonna think you're like some magical influencer or someone
Yeah.
different than you actually are,
That-
even
that-
though you're the same person. Still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's why I didn't want to do content because I still want to experience normal
boy.
human experiences rather than this inflated.
You have no plan.
Dude, you're
You
not
know
gonna have
what?
an audience
have
right
no plan.
away.
No plan. Yeah.
It's beyond obvious.
Yes.
You have this big aspiration.
Yes,
You
but
have
I
no way to get there.
I need to come
Okay.
up with one.
Can I count that as like an
it's usually a
actor?
good first step.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say that's an
For
actor.
not having a job and not working. What the are you doing on a daily basis?
Hot yoga for my ADHD. Just
24 hours a day,
hot yoga, working out.
16 hours a day,
Sleeping 8 hours, hanging out
Okay.
with friends, family.
every day.
Yeah, sometimes.
Dude.
Fantastic.
Hanging out
Why
with
don't you go be a
people.
productive member of
Event
society
vlogging is still kind of good, but you have to have an audience. Yeah, that would make sense.
and bring home some bacon?
I like to be. I definitely like to be.
Cool, do it. Why haven't you?
I will start.
You, why haven't you? Was my question.
Oh well, because of my personal health issues. But now that I'm
Well-
good, you know, I'm ready to start.
What did you
When
have?
did you become good?
Honestly, this month.
Okay,
This
what's
month.
different?
Oh
So I
boy.
can share one of my experiences. So
Oh,
you know,
no.
when you're peaking, you know, you're in a state of love, everything's nice, you're connected to people, but then on
Oh,
the
no.
come down, that's when you really can dig into your traumas. So
Dude, stop.
I was at a concert.
This is
with
the boogie
friends,
thing
and
all
then,
over again.
You know, everything was nice. When I was coming back home, you know, I started feeling the come down. And
Oy.
you know, I was just sitting in my car for a whole 20 minutes and I was like feeling some sort of pain in
Okay.
my chest and just like
Did you go to the doctor?
this is kind of a tip for people doing journeys. Like you can, you know, trauma and all these pain bodies are stored in like different
Oh
parts of your
no.
bodies, and you know you can kind of pinpoint
Ugh.
those areas. And if you do it long enough, they will release.
Caleb's
They
face is
pop
my
like
is
zips,
my feeling right
and
now.
that's how you free yourself from traumas.
My to-do list used
Oh.
to look like this. A jumbled mess,
Dude.
projects back to
Dude,
back, and
stop,
I would waste
stop.
so much time.
There we go. Warning: scheduled narcotics should never be taken outside of a clinical environment and administered by a professional under legal terms. What our guest is describing here is taking a couple points of said narcotic and then forcing his brain to function in the midst of serotonin depletion. Come down. We do not condone any of this behavior, nor do we recognize it as a viable method for healing or therapy outside the legal clinical trials conducted. Fair enough. Is he boogie with no audience? I hadn't considered that, but could be accurate. I don't know if he's boogie, because boogie's like a different kind
are
of
not
thing.
themselves. So that
He's more
night,
like a
for
dating
good
coach
20 minutes,
with no
I was just
audience,
sitting,
with the
feeling the
boogie
pain,
narcotics thing
processing
in
it,
there too.
and it felt like childbirth. Like I was.
This entire show has felt like childbirth to me.
Yeah, how can you say
Right, but
it felt like childbirth if you've never had a child? What? Save that warning for Dr. Octopus live stream. I'm sure will help me if I get sued. Okay,
Imagine a
Gamma.
woman just giving
Sure.
birth to a child.
If you actually do
Like,
it,
it felt like that sort of thing.
don't.
I
But
don't know
it
what that feels like.
oh,
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. Why am I pushing back on
let me
that?
know.
So basically, what my point is, like, people are just walking around.
Kind of see the point Spoon is
traumas,
making with the
things
boogie
they don't know
similarity.
about,
Fair enough.
unconscious.
The thing that gave you trauma, you said, was losing all that money, and you haven't learned, and you're gonna go do it again, like you said
Yes.
you were going to. So what the is the point of this?
That was a leverage trading. Like I was using like 17x.
You said you're gonna
trading.
use someone
Dude.
else's $10 million.
Who's gonna give you that?
Time when someone comes knocking for their money.
It would be nice, but hypothetically.
Okay, so how are you gonna
Dude.
get the money to invest? You're not working. You don't want to work. You're not getting your job. You're not a productive member.
The
of
happy-go-lucky
society.
and trying to be
Well,
spiritual
first
version
step
of
is
Mr.
to
Rogers.
let me
I
plug
guess
a
I could see that.
product that will help people.
Well, you're never gonna have a chance to plug a product on this show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then in that case, I'll have
Block
to
'em.
start my own YouTube channel and then get some traffic to
Hmm.
products, services that will actually help people.
You have not figured out yet. You're
Dude.
gonna go destroy your finances in life. You are not the
Yeah,
person
cats, that
to
part is
help
what I
people.
can't unsee now. Oh,
Someone
yeah.
who fixes their learns from their mistakes. They are the one to help people. You are not. You would be
Yeah.
irresponsible. You're gonna hurt people.
Do you think I
Probably.
should get a sales job?
Sure, go get a sales job. Get a
Sure, whatever.
tech certification, sales through Course Careers or something.
There we go, obvious plug.
Do that. Get a sales job. That's great. Yeah, that's
I don't
what
know
think
about
you
his
should do. Then
balance.
I think you should invest 20% of your money after you get out of the high interest debt. I think you need a 6-month emergency fund. Open a brokerage, whether it be through Moomoo, whether it be through Fidelity,
Oh,
whether it be
plug in
whatever.
more. Okay.
That's what I would do. That's what I would do. You're not going to. It is beyond clear. And
Oof.
you're here to plug something, and it's pissed me off. So I'm done with this conversation. I'm done.
Yeah.
There's no more. There's no more. But let's see if you have the magic touch. Let's see. Let's see. Go ahead. I'm a
Not the
beautiful-
crazy parts, because Boogie's a different animal there. Dr. Racso isn't tattooing liar on his
Lady,
face.
ask me
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
At least not yet.
I'm supposed to pick you up. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Excuse me. I thought you were super sexy.
That was it?
Yeah.
What, that made me give you your number?
That would make me run away.
I'm just.
That would make me run away. Don't do that. Maybe it's just me. Maybe tattooing an NFT. Oh,
saying
yeah.
that for the camera, but realistically, pickup lines are. Pickup
Give me
lines
to
are
give
not good.
me.
Do you want to know how my first boyfriend picked me up? He said, "I like your shirt," and then we started talking like normal people.
Get me to give you. You said this was the one thing you'd be good at on
Right,
YouTube.
right.
Get me to give me your number.
What's your number?
What the f would I tell you with that mustache?
It's as
Dude.
simple as that.
No, I just said no.
Well, you're
Why
not
would
a
I
girl.
have a random stranger? Why would I just a random stranger?
Hey, lady, you are sexy. Give me the deets on your phone. Yeah, no, it totally wouldn't make them run away.
I can break down the process.
Break down the process, and then I'm done. And break down the
Alright,
process, and then I'm
alright,
done. This is
So, let's say you're walking down a street
Okay.
and you see a girl you want to talk to.
Okay.
Right? How do you start? Where do you begin? I'd say it starts all with the eye contact. Right? That's
Yeah,
how
no,
you-
just talk to them like a normal person. And then you figure out if you get along. That's all you need to do. Sure, like starting the conversation can be tricky, but if you're in like the right environment, you're good to go.
gauge for consent. Right? And
Gauge for consent.
'cause
What?
women will let you
How
know
that
if
requires
they're
me to have human
interested in you
contact? Yeah, you kind of need human contact to make to get someone.
through the eyes.
Probably.
seems so one size fits
Right.
all. But go ahead.
So,
Say what you want about Chris, but
Pickup
at least he went
lines
outside to
are-
try to get a girl.
yeah, they're good
That's
for
the right
YouTube
step.
skit.
Just don't throw hearts at
You look
them.
to the eyes. Now
Eyes.
what?
Just
If they
try to
lock
talk to
eyes
them.
with you, that's usually a yes. So that's.
What do you mean lock eyes? I think everyone looks at the person that looks at them. So are you saying
Sure, there's
more
like online dating, but I don't know how to navigate that, so I can't really give you advice on that.
than 3 seconds?
Yes,
Like what's the fucking
yes,
threshold?
more than 3 seconds.
Great.
'Cause,
Okay, more than 3
you know,
seconds
if
happen. Now
they're-
what?
And then you just go up, and then you're like, hey.
Wow, killer line, dude.
Dude.
Killer line.
Well, she gave you an invitation.
Cool. Then what? You're the expert here. You're making a channel on this.
I mean, you don't
try
need a
to
pickup
find
line.
out what she's into, if you guys are a good match, and
Okay.
if things are going well, just ask her out on a Starbucks date right on the spot, or
Fair
coffee
enough.
shop, or
I mean, this isn't 100%
tea.
wrong, but
right on the spot. Go to
I don't
Target
think you're a
and
dating
boom.
expert.
You're dating someone. What's happening on the 25th?
Nothing.
Well, just watch out for it, because something's happening in your 7th house. 7th house is people you're dating, people you're involved.
It would be
in
funny if he was
with.
right, and that's when like they broke up.
Be like negative 1,000 out of 10. If you don't want to be a failure, check out the resources linked in the description below, including the best budgeting program in the history of the world that he needs. You're lucky we're going to give it to you because you don't deserve anything right now. Don't say anything. You're done. You're done.
Oh.
Let's stop. Let's stop. Let's stop. Thanks to all of our Patreon
I don't think
producers
that was
for
like
making this episode
crazy
possible.
angry,
If you want to
all things
participate in
considered.
an episode of Financial Audit and you're able to make it to Austin, Texas, please fill.
But yeah, let's see what the comments have to say. Yeah, this was a hard one. I know I didn't look the best in the episode. You looked fine, Caleb. But this channel became popular because I'm just me at all times, no matter what. In this episode, I'm embarrassed that I was more angry and rude than I should have been. You were fine, in my opinion. But I always want to be open/transparent, and I refuse to cut when I look bad. That would not be fair to y'all or the guests. Fair enough. Y'all need a wingman to build you up. I'd be Dr. Cat. I'd be Dr. Katz. I'd be with Dr. Katz, or you had a hard day saving children at the. Oh, I'd be like Dr. Katz. You had a hard day saving children at the pediatric center, and boom, swimming with women. Caleb has Asian parent level of failure gaslighting. Yeah, maybe. Did you pay it off? Yes. With what future income? In a show with a lot of quotable lines, that was amazing. Very true. Very true. The show has taught me that there is a direct relationship between financial instability and untreated mental illness. I wouldn't be surprised about that. I remember there was someone who had bipolar disorder, and it wasn't like an excuse thing, necessarily just like a full-out excuse thing. They had issues. The moment he admitted he's here just to put his name out and take advantage of your numbers, he deserved the verbal lashing. He deserved to be called out for that disgusting behavior. Yeah. If someone diagnosed with PTSD by a professional, that's not something you blame every bad decision in your life for. Yeah. Yeah, definitely talk your bros up. That's what you should do. I'm gonna go and get a hot dog real quick because the DSP video is like, I think it's supposed to be like 3 hours long. So I'm gonna go and get food. And then and then we'll get into this properly. So I'm gonna put on this little bit of music, and hopefully it's fine. I'm gonna loop this. Where did I put the thing? There we go. I'll be right back.
Michael, it's your birthday today.
Be right back.
Michael. Friends, we are the Racks. Celebrate another one a birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Take it ice cream, it's on its way. And Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your hips while we all cheer. Friends, we are the Racks. Celebrate another one a birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Take it ice cream, it's on its way. And Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your hips while we all cheer. Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your hips while we all cheer.
Okay. I'm gonna eat. Hopefully there's not like ASMR sounds, but if you guys want to talk about just random stuff, let me know. But yeah, no, definitely be creative with your flirting if you want to. That could be good. And your wingman skills. Holy cow, their chat's going wild. I'm gonna put the chat down though. Be gone, chat. Or the June chat. Hmm. Wait, is this actually DSP? Live reacted to this description. Loved it. Looking forward to reacting to it live all this week. Huh? Those watching it enjoy the wild ride I've been through over the last 20 years. Is he actually? Huh. Huh. PDF file. Who? Is that true? Hmm. Interesting. That's fair, cats. Actually, it can be kind of difficult. No, unless you're like online anyway. I don't know. How did you guys find this one out? What? DSP needs his ego stroked as much as I need the bowl of fried rice I'm about to inhale. Fair enough. That is true. Ah. Well, because I switched majors, I had to be in college longer. So my dude was in a totally different city, and he'd just come down and visit me like every other week. And that was like what I'd look forward to the whole week. I hope you guys aren't getting like hot dog eating ASMR sounds. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. There's really no perfect conditions in the real world, so sometimes you do have to do long distance for a bit. Yeah. DSP is invincible. Hmm. So it's kind of charming in a way. Like I don't understand the people who like legit hate Phil from what I've seen. Maybe I'll understand after this documentary. But I've never seen a reason to like legit hate Phil other than oh, he's kind of annoying. But yeah. Coming from someone who got married a few days after high school graduation and ended up divorced in 6 years. Oof. a long distance relationship worked out, but I don't think it works for the majority. Fair enough. I mean, you need an end goal for when you can actually like be together. But I do think that long distance can work as long as you have that end goal of when you're going to meet. It's not always work. It's not about always working, but you learn if it'll work out or not. Yeah. I mean, dating is the trial period. The goal is supposed to be to get married. Holy shit. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Uh-huh. Interesting. The tragedy is that June's documentary will lack the ending of the Kino arc and the likelihood of hilarity. Very true. We just went on, I believe it's called the Kino Casino. That was supposedly very fun. Mm. Oh, nice, Gamma. Are you like the type of fisher one who like eats them? Or are you just like doing it for funsies and like releasing them? Spoon, why? I mean, if you're already dating, you can do that. But dude, what? Out of all the places to get relationship advice, I guess this isn't the worst place. For fun, catch and release. Yeah, no, that's generally how I did it. Family for family vacations, we'd always go to Rockport, and fishing was actually pretty fun because it's just chill. It's almost meditative. Just watch out for the game wardens. I'm making this the worst place. Well, second worst to Reddit. Reddit is the worst. I've seen plenty of other places that are worse than this. But yeah, in terms of dating advice, Bill's the kind of guy you feel sorry for, so you help him out and get him into a better position. Then he starts acting like he's better than everyone and a pompous, smug asshole, and then you realize why he was so hated in the first place. I feel like this is the encapsulation of the general feeling towards Phil. I'm really looking forward to. I hope that June goes over the numbers for the WWE champions because that could be fun. So let me finish these chips, and then I'll actually do something. You sniff glue? No one sniff glue. If I am making like creepy ASMR like food noises, let me know and I'll turn it up my mic. Oh yeah, doesn't hair glue exist for like extensions and things? Market extension girls win-win. Not Gorilla Glue, girl. Not her. There's like actual ones that you're supposed to use. That's not Gorilla Glue. Yeah, that was wild. Didn't she like try to sue them or something? Even though it was 100% her fault. You don't know about that? Okay, let me put this on while I chew my chips. Or she use it as hairspray? Gorilla Glue girl. I guess. Let's see if this is the one. It's gonna be like a. Let me get it over here. Girl. Oh, okay, we'll try this out.
So I will send you pictures. I'm going skydiving. Yeah, no, I finished all my emails, so I will.
Oh, dear Lord, I left it up glue all in the hair, not just extension. Yeah, no.
Hey, y'all. For those of y'all that know me, know my hair has been like this for about a month now. It's not by choice. No, it's not by choice. When I do my hair, I like to, finish it off with a little Got to Be glue spray. Just to keep it in place. Okay. Well, I didn't have any more Got to Be glue spray, so I used this.
Dude.
Gorilla Glue spray.
How did you think that was a good idea?
Bad idea.
No shit.
Look, my hair, it don't move. You hear what I'm telling you? It don't move.
Yeah, it's Gorilla Glue.
My hair 15 times. And it don't move.
Yeah.
Where
that's Gorilla Glue.
My hair. So I'm gonna tell y'all like this: if you ever run out of Got to Be glue spray, don't ever use this unless you want your hair to be like that.
Who needed to hear this? Sims 4 hair or?
What? Look, y'all, look, you wipe it off and nothing happens. Like, this is the life that I'm living at this
Is it bad that I don't feel sorry for her?
This is the life that I guess I'm gonna have to live.
With shampoo, it looks like a weird bald cap, yeah.
Look.
You have to go to the hospital. Oh, wait. Crazy. Did I think she like launched a career off of this?
Wipe it a little bit.
Because of course.
This on there so it don't burn as much.
Like the Catch Me Outside girl? Why do they?
Like scalp polish.
Why do they always make careers off of this?
So that might burn, but I'm just letting you know. That's where I'm going next.
Wait.
All right, here we go.
Might as well finish this up before we go back to Phil.
2. Good.
Okay. I mean, yeah. She made a career, and that's impressive.
Put the water. Try to put the water.
Chick's an entrepreneur.
Oh. No. Miss.
Yeah, and I think he moved outside the meme a little bit, but kind of kept to the character of the meme. I know she definitely made the most of it. Respect for her there. Well, now we're gonna jump into DSP, Dark Side Phil. As a new June the King video. I'm gonna like this video before I forget. If you're on YouTube, please like and subscribe. If you can, come and follow over here, join the Rat Pack. That could be fun. But let's go and get into this. I've heard that it's very long, so we'll see.
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game
Is that Phil in the
aficionado that
wild?
has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades.
Okay,
He has
he recorded it
participated in
himself.
the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most
Yeah.
creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was
Yeah.
only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought.
Yeah.
Due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations,
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
lie about his
Right.
finances, and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him.
I'm not sure if
varying
it's
widely
exactly.
in
I guess avoiding like him, but not avoiding like the topic of him, because there's so many memes of him. Especially like if you guys ever seen Memeology, he uses like DSP memes in like almost every video. I haven't seen his stuff in a while, but I remember that.
intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top
Ooh.
donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not
That's actually
all.
kind of
There are several
interesting.
search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of
Oh my
course, a
gosh.
forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil
Oy.
is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This
Yeah.
video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
Good luck with that. Well, I'm sure this is still skimming the surface to some degree. San Francisco?
To the US population at large, November 8th, 1998 was a normal day.
Oh no. Oh no, the Phil on the couch incident. Oh, that was your introduction? What an introduction. Holy shit.
For the 20-year-old Alex Villa, the American fighting game champion,
Oh, wait.
it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the
Yeah.
coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Villa's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game,
Okay.
Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived
Does everyone learn about him through that? Oh my gosh. Imagine if that was your, that's what you're most known for. Oy.
advantage. That's why Villa's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Villa had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Villa continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Villa's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they have never been exposed to within their local competitive
Interesting.
scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
This is cool, but what does this have to do with Phil, other than that Phil also tried to do, like, Street Fighter tournaments? It's like, or this is how he pictures himself. He's like these guys.
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one can compete is
Something betting related? I don't know. 'Cause at this time, I think it's just talking about his inspiration for why he tried to do the Street Fighter thing. Phil finished 5th and top American in a single tournament for like a port of what is it, Street Fighter 2 Turbo that like no one played, and like most of the players who were like professional-ish didn't show up because they were boycotting it.
to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend
think he
to the
already had an
community
ego
by
issue.
allowing a
I think
quick,
it's just part of
cheap,
his personality.
accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell, initially entering the online space with
Even
the
at
alias
18, he
Will
looks
Moses.
almost
He adapted
30.
other short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as
Huh.
such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote.
Probably.
Regardless, Phil
He really went downhill, like race car downhill.
was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to
I
attend
think his height, though, was when he was kind of like doing the angry video game nerd thing, right? Because it wasn't that like Project 7 with his buddies. I think that's when he had like, that was his peak, not actually the Street Fighter things.
and ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more
Cheap and skillless is my top strat in every fighting game. What's wrong with that?
acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote,
I forgot.
see it every day
I can
in
get
my
rid of the
town.
bingo.
These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I
What?
ever get into a fight with one of them, hand-to-hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards.
I know where this
and
is
if
going.
they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their
what?
life. Unquote.
You go for grappling fighters? I mean, fair enough. I mean, as long as it's balanced,
This
go
was
for it.
in response to the general aggression Phil
Without
received when
you can
utilizing
go for it without shame. Though I guess you can have no shame if you just don't care. If it is unbalanced, go for it. Be a Meta Knight player and brawl. Killer Instinct on N64 with the skeleton character had perfect crouch attack.
his infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor, such as wanting to act as a heel in this developing space.
A button
A heel
mashing
is
Eddie
someone,
Gordo
typically in
character.
wrestling,
Or
that
Eddie
is an
Gordo,
inconsiderate or untrustworthy person. And due to their distasteful nature, the wrestling
did they call him a
is
heel?
in this developing space.
Fuck, I suck. I suck at everything. I only try to play Smash Bros. Kind of seriously. Fair enough. But I guess we should already start bringing in like the wrestler type thing because we all know about WWE champions.
Trounced on is the ultimate satisfying outcome. And so Dark Side, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse,
Kirby?
this is what his sights were set
I mean,
on. But
that's what I play too. I play Kirby and I play like the Earthbound characters just because I really like Earthbound. Or I guess I should say Mother.
there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own at Motel 6 with a $5 entry fee. The
Motel
results
6,
are
really?
unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity.
What was his school? Or did he just go downhill? Luigi, Peach, and Little Mac. Sheik was my go-to. A friend of mine would play Peach, and he'd like embarrass all of us with like the hacha move, where she like uses her butt to like send you flying. He'd like embarrass all of us with that. That was really funny. I don't know if he was like a valid valedictorian. Maybe it was his school, his area. I don't know if he just went like really downhill. I have no idea.
Colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There's
Okay.
3 of them. I can't even remember what the 3rd one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to
Okay,
know
it's
why they
hard.
rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Fair
Where there's
enough.
Phil Burnell,
I mean, that would go against you if you're a white male and no legacy. To be fair, that does go against you. Phil isn't stupid. I can see him getting valedictorian. Like he's smart in certain ways. I will say that. So that's fair.
there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
I mean,
Another reason Phil
it's not entirely wrong. I don't know if that was enough, but that does make it a lot harder, to be fair.
provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools.
Okay,
Whatever
that
the
doesn't
case,
sound right.
his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament
He's lazy, but high school doesn't reward hard work much. It depends on your school. I went to a college prep school, and that was brutal. It's freaking brutal.
doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Dude. Well, I guess it's appropriate that we talk about Caleb here, and I feel like DSP is a very finance-heavy locale, if that makes sense.
Go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
Julia.
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's like a, you know, who cares about the flash? You can leave the flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Yeah. You think he's the first finance-heavy locale? I could see that, to be fair. I went to community college, and I was happy with it. Yeah, no, community college is fine. It kind of depends on what you're going into to some degree, because for the most part, most things, community college more cost-effective. And unless if you're like going into a very specific field, you generally don't need like big-name college. Unless if it's like something that you need to with like networking or like law school type thing. I went to community college, then to a 4-year, like my community college more honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. I went to community college for a few of my main ones, and honestly, it was pretty solid. You tried college a lot?
Those were moments
Yeah,
from Evo
schooling,
2004.
yeah, not everyone excels in the college environment, which is fair. Ooh, and weld inspection? That sounds fun. Then yeah, you wouldn't need to go to a fancy college. At least I don't think
Those were
so.
moments from Evo 2004. Evo, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
I still talk to professors I had in community college, and my university's professors don't know I exist. I mean, that was like the hardest transition for me. Going to college was trying to get to know your professors, because my community or my college prep school, very tiny. There was like 100 of us per class. Actually, less than 100 in mine. And having to be that socially awkward kid and have to go and introduce yourself to professors so that they'll remember you and actually kind of make you feel like a person instead of just student number 123. Because this is gonna sound dumb, but I felt like college felt like very dehumanizing because of lack of like professors like interacting with students one-on-one, if that made sense. That might sound stupid.
Evo, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
I like the cowboy hat. Little zoom out.
In this particular moment at EVO 2000...
Oh, you can see that with the dehumanizing thing? Okay, so it's not just me. Dehumanizing is very accurate, is my feeling in uni. Okay, so I'm not crazy. That's good.
The infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater. Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different
Honestly,
story.
though, if I was at like a tournament, I'd kind of want Phil to be there, to be the heel, and the satisfying see him lose type thing. It's almost like Bulk and Skull from Power Rangers. That's what he reminds me of.
I mean, online he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was
for you, it's comforting? Actually kind of comforting to the complete anonymity
against
or something else.
The top Marvel players. So Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would like run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a mile long. When DSP was leaving with like him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were.
Oh, if I ran an event, I'd want Phil there. If I were playing it, I wouldn't. Okay, that's fair enough because he's entertaining to be there, but he'd be pretty annoying to deal with. Yeah, being the one in many faces thing. Fair enough.
Getting up in like, DSP's fucking friends' face.
Then again, I always wanted to be teacher's pet, so that could also be part of the thing. Because in general, I don't know. I always want to do the pleasing my teachers thing because it makes me get like the dopamine, I guess.
Full of his boys. That's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in like, DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
Yeah, he's an internet tough guy.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums,
Oh my gosh. Okay, the weirdest thing about my case is in most of my life is that everyone always knew my name. Like how? That's interesting.
The medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter.
I never knew what
continued to
SRK
expand
stood
his
for.
character, adding the
I'm dumb.
tagline, "The King
Never told anyone these things. How do you know me person? I don't know. Fair enough.
of Hate."
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
Is that like in your head, Phil? Because from everything we're hearing, that is not true. Seems like you got punked on pretty hard.
I understand that you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil.
Old internet.
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy grew to new heights after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to TopPlayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not
It's not even that they knew me, but they knew my name. Like, is it because it's a dictionary definition thing? Huh? In the early 2000s, hard R, the good old days. Yeah. That's not the hard
Not
R.
just a response to top players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hitting on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game.
Oh, your name is on the dictionary? Like Webster or something?
His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly
The other hard R then? Oh,
run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack,
I don't really consider it too much of a slur. Maybe it's just because it seems like it just became a slur like 5 minutes ago. But there's a difference between someone who's like mentally disabled and a retard. Because a retard, it's 100% their fault in my mind. Like Christian, he has like stuff holding him down, right? But even then, he's a retard because of the decisions that he makes of his own free will. You know? Does that make sense?
Of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to EVO. And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO," unquote. On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas.
Oh, you always felt that it was a cruel word to call someone personally? I guess, yeah. I could see that.
And other items meant to trigger discussion, on average, would have at most a single other response. That was also the only response.
Then again, I just call myself it a lot, so I don't know.
To the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. TopHaters.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out.
I was going to have a different name, but we had too many in the family for that name, so I got switched to what it is now, lol.
Quote, "In some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only," unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now, mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example,
similar to card games, the solving the meta stuff quickly? Yeah, definitely. Basically any competitive game, though. Figuring out the meta as quickly as you can.
Example is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade.
Also felt like the F word for sticks was always an insult for a person that absolutely sucked. Yeah. Fair enough.
Controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture.
Yeah, same. I think there's a clip from South Park that explains this perfectly, but I'm not sure if I did want to bring that up because I'm not sure about copyright.
And those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? No, this is my worst.
So I guess this is where the turbo stuff comes in. Also might have to do some censoring if you show that clip. Yeah.
Nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to. It's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but no choice.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004 sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, okay. Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter 2 Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
Oh, yeah?
When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you gotta...
Oh, fourth, not fifth. Fella's gonna scream at me? Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter either way. He wasn't even in top 3. But just because he was the only American, he claims to be the best American at Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Or at least that year.
A problem with the game, and you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
Oof. Now Phil gonna block you. Yeah, that sounds more accurate.
First of all, I have to.
Actually, no, he does both. He does both. He'll like block you and then scream at you.
Because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
Because he'll block you to scream at you so that you can't talk back.
I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't.
Then call you the R word for getting it wrong, yeah? I'm gonna get copyright claimed all month too, huh?
Show up bullshit.
Oh, yeah. Because hasn't he been abusing that system lately?
Like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1, that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter 2 Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be. And
you know what? I'm going to say good on Phil for actually trying to learn the game. I'll give him that. Because if you're just going to complain, I guess don't enter, which generally a bunch of them did. But if it's going to be this controversial decision, you might as well learn how the game functions, you know? They call you restarted? People are claiming he is, and I believe them because who else would benefit? Yeah, probably. I mean, it could be another mundane mat situation.
They had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
Yeah.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he touts his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom.
I was going to give you credit there, Phil, but I guess you're going to lose that credit.
1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega. And he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match. And just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me. And I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage. I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people. And I was, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me. And so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
Yeah.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized
I feel like he just talks a lot to the other person, gets tired arguing. I get annoyed of those types of people. Fair enough. It might be the most work Phil has ever done in his life.
For the details around his
maybe.
victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
No.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at.
Okay.
You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005 2006.
That's his ex-buddy.
When I first met him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment, like, oh my god, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006. Now on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became ever more reckless.
For 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006.
No good on Phil. You should go into credit card debt for this, and I think his credit card debt, like, I think followed him for freaking years, even when he was making good money on the YouTube stuff. Oh boy.
As neat as these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
Wow, Phil
wait, he didn't even need to do that? Dude, why? Why, dude?
To be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil
See in the Vest Saga
These
here?
victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created...
Phil's death story sounds a lot like competitive Magic players chasing pro status, honestly. Maybe I need to look more into that, because I'm not as familiar with the Magic scene. But that sounds really interesting.
...an even more aggressive Phil.
First of all, you are a fucking hypocrite. Because you have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit.
Oh boy.
Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh,
oh boy.
I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out a physical
Internet
altercation,
tough guys,
and in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well, you have to sign some document, because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible.
I remember this one.
And I was like, whatever. Then
there was trash talking? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
An actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be, and I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember
I think that's why like internet blood sports became a thing, is because people missed trash talking
part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as
that was just a good morning on League, honestly. Fair enough.
As it sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right.
Oh boy.
We got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool.
Okay.
Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean, for years, these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi. I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
I mean,
there you go. You're from DSP.
I guess.
Straight from
I don't
DSP.
know.
DSP, thank you.
5 fish?
Check out the shirt.
This, bitch.
Nice.
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was
League
like,
is a whole nother beast. Wait, I've heard like so many league controversies. It seems like that is a pretty intense competitive scene.
Fucker, you know, all
or even just like normal playing scene, to be honest.
At EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice. I waited all day. Basically, it mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
Doesn't that compare to Smash controversy, though? Wait, what's going on with Smash right now? Like, I remember that there was, like, some weird thing called, kid diddlers? I'm not too surprised, to be honest. All I really remember is there was, like, this really weird thing called, like, evidence.zip, and I saw some of that, and I was very confused. But it was fascinating at the same time.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first 2 matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
Okay.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my
Seemed like it was
shirt
decently
off like Hulk Hogan
close,
and
though.
This shit.
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East.
The only thing I know about Smash Lore is that Implemon did a video on a guy called Hungrybox, and it was magical video. I know Hungrybox. He's the guy who is it Kirby or does he play Jigglypuff? It's one of those, right? If I remember correctly.
Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Like the Comic-Con? In like San Diego? Or just a con? Oh, looks like the Comic-Con.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and
okay, so the Comic-Con.
DSP
the big one.
was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit? This and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy. So he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then why.
I'm trying to think about what actually is more of a power move. Like, sure, you can make Phil like cower and all that type of stuff, but would it be more of a power move to just ignore him? I don't know. I don't know. It'd probably be best to just ignore him, but oh well.
Did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control my.
Oh, that explains some things, because doesn't he have like a lot of alcohol spending? So he straight up admits that he was an alcoholic. Not sure if he admits that now. Well, we'll see.
Myself when I do it, and at that point I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people, where they almost like he was
Our biggest power move is to pretend they don't exist like my professors do. Oi.
like really scared because he was about to get beat up. I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was.
Yeah.
He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help
so the biggest power move is ignoring him, not try to go all internet tough guy. I think we're agreed on that, right?
him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as media.
Is this the one where like his dad worked at and helped him like get a nice position?
In helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business. So DSP's work experience, nor his educational background, was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father.
Well, I got 10K in credit card debt.
Who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism. There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
Okay.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got... Well,
Helicopter construction. Now I'm jealous. Fair enough. Oh, is this the... I think this is the monkey from... The bubblegum monkey from Earthbound. Decent taste, I'll say.
my fortune I got that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
Don't worry, you're not going to edit this video? Just gonna post.
He did that for years. Even when like when capture cards were the standard, he'd still just do the video on the TV. Yeah, Monkey from Earthbound. Yeah, Earthbound's one of the best games. It has some of the best music too. Really, really love that game.
It took 2 days actually off of work just to play Batman Arkham Asylum because I knew it was gonna be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman.
I want to play Mother 3 so bad. At some point, I might just need to bite the bullet and just accept that I need to emulate it. I'll have to figure that out because it seems like they're never going to release it to the West. It's way too many themes, I guess. I don't know.
Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment.
I'll always and forever hope and cope they bring it to the West. Yeah, same. There's been so many like they acknowledge it too, which makes it like more painful. Like I remember at one of the E3s, they had like a robot chicken sketch thing, and they had a guy being like, "Hey Reggie, bring us Mother 3," and then he like sets them on fire. Didn't Phil get gifted a Steam Deck and hadn't used it for years because he didn't want to take a night to set it up? I would not be surprised at all. I'm looking forward when we talk about his the tale of his 2 PCs. I remember that being pretty funny. Dude is so lazy it's comical. Yeah.
Moment for day 1 setup. The next one is moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
I mean, they brought Lucas and some stages to Smash Ultimate, lol. Well, Lucas has been there since Brawl. That's how I got introduced to so many games. Because honestly, I'd really only played like Pokemon before playing Smash with my friends. And then I started like learning more and more about the Nintendo catalog, and it's like I need to get into these games, and that's what got me into finally playing Legend of Zelda and that type of stuff. that got me into playing Earthbound, and now I know a little bit more about the various games.
The jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various
Castle
genres.
Crashers.
The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he
I was
positioned
just
his
playing that like last month, really.
camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
At least I got all this
I need to play
fucking high
that.
definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking
Castle
horse shit,
Crashers
to be
is-
honest.
and
Wait, are you saying no? The gameplay's good. What are you talking about? Is it just? Do you suck at Castle Crashers? I suck at every single game, and even I can finish Castle Crashers. Yeah, Castle Crashers brings back so many memories. The first time I played it was at my dad's work because of a bring your kid to work day, and like I fell in love with it because of like the art style. But I haven't been able to actually play it until recently.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 ripoff mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some
Yeah.
theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to
Yeah, at
consume
the
viral
time.
videos.
Oh, never
Series-
played Castle Crashers? It's good, and it generally goes on Steam for like $2 on Steam. It is a great game. I highly recommend it. Pretty fun. Pretty fun.
and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs and missions,
Maybe it's worth it. It's pretty chill. It's fun. You can play it with friends, local or online. Pretty cool.
and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the
What do you
entirety
mean
of his
by
gameplay in one
unique?
go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Why?
Oh my
Why
God,
would you do that? You need buddies to play it with to really enjoy it. Yeah, it does make it more enjoyable. I will say that. But on its own, it's still pretty fun.
This is bullshit.
'Cause I don't have as many friends, so I play it by myself, and I had fun. Also, it's like its style of humor, while it's kind of crude and childish, is pretty fun to me.
Okay, Saints Row 2.
Gotta go on Fiverr to get some
Trying to
buddies.
kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3
not just
series,
do it in order?
now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence.
If you want uber fun, I think if you play the normal knight and max magic, you essentially become Palpatine with unlimited power. I want to say it's the red knight who's electricity. So it might be red.
But how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote. Phil's commentary.
Who's more cringe in that situation? Phil for existing, or that guy for like saying really dumb sounding comments? And more meant in the The Buzzsaw the Night character shoots out, does a lot of damage. Oh, that guy. Oh, okay. Okay. I
was
understand you now.
colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh, look. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak the English, you stupid. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Time for a save.
No.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
The comment section was more unhinged, honestly. Yeah.
Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me.
Oh my gosh, Phil.
Jesus Christ, man. You want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Figure it out.
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum. So,
as these suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend, so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. Because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm...
Dude. Just increase the quality of the videos and do a few less videos. 30 a day sounds freaking insane. Why? Well, get a capture card, proceeds to get a camera. I know, right? It's just so he can be lazy? Really? That's ridiculous.
I'm at work. I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut your fucking face.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he will label his videos as HD.
I mean, honestly, respect the grit. Fair enough. 3 good videos a day versus 30 no effort ones? I mean, yeah.
From the camera and not the game, as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the key...
I mean, for the time, because they didn't have as much, like, anti-spam stuff, it might have actually been a better strategy. Who knows? Whatever you looked up a game, chances as it was his, I mean, it could be, yeah. I think he was actually pretty up there for early YouTube, if I remember correctly.
King of Hate HD shined a light on DSP's previously private
Flip
life.
the market
There
is a
were
viable
videos
strat,
of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends. Sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases,
in any market it can
freely
work?
interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on? My name is Phil Brunell, but more commonly known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short on the internet, and in 2010 my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube. And actually had over 100 million total channel views.
That's insane.
At
Holy
this point, I
shit.
started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima.
I guess it worked. Holy shit, that's a lot of views. Be first and flood the market seems like a legit strategy. That's basically what he did, and it seems like it worked. Why are there so many serials? Are you talking about, like, Irate Gamer, where, like, breakfast is ruined or something? I don't know what you're talking about, Spoon.
And other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure,
you know, that would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leading him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah.
Fun.
What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious...
Hey, wait a minute. Did he pay off the credit card debt before he did this? Or he didn't, did he? He didn't, did he? Oh boy.
ginormous pizza. So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here devouring his final slice.
No. Hell bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos like his multi-part Game Awards series.
Being early works. No, they had a ton of different serials to keep the aisle full with different stuff at different levels for different people / age groups. Oh, you're saying why? That's why there are so many. Okay, okay. I understand. I understand what you're talking about now.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Didn't he do like a top 10 of DSP's most racist moments or something? Didn't he do that himself for and he just thought it was funny?
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions. Just follow me.
Oof.
What? Red has died.
Who?
She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead.
LMOO, drunk talk. Follow me, Red. Red has died. Bewildered. What happened to them? It reminds me of David goes to the dentist for some reason. Gotta love the effects of alcohol. Phil, you're extremely intoxicated in this one. Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it does seem like he's slurring a bit.
DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for its shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained... They both come in here.
He's not reading the dialogue, is he? Drunk Phil makes me want to give him a hug and tell him to get his life together. Yeah, no, that's fair.
A viewer may have missed it as Phil did it through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
Oh my gosh.
Why the fuck are they attacking me?
Holy shit, he's drunk. Holy shit.
Attacking me?
How have I never seen this before?
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
Oh boy. Locked up. Fucking guns. Fucking doing it. Standing fucking roundhouse. Shit fucking. Fucking doesn't kidding me. This stupid fucking mission. I'm fucking cooking fucking balls.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video, and not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, "I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this." Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just... 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos as was commonplace,
I don't know.
as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
I mean, he's kind of annoying, but
However,
still.
Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
Okay.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Fair enough. I mean, it was an unjust thing that they did to him. Go ahead, celebrate. You can take this victory.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers? That's right. That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back. That's right. As you can see, thank God, my channel, Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
Makes sense.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of
it's like it didn't snort as much as
this new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make?
This should be
today
interesting.
I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers, the eggs, and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode, we're actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle Whip.
Wait.
Those were the following.
You're talking about being healthy and then you're adding in a bunch of mayonnaise or Miracle Whip? What?
4 Poorly Cooking with the King videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to do with bacon grease.
What?
Oh yeah. Hot fucking potatoes.
Oh no.
Scrutinous viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way. If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great
not
work.
grease in the toilet. Oy. It's also a waste of bacon grease.
They put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to be telling you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating, because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors, because the egg and all the meat
is that Burger King?
Are extremely
Why would you get Burger
salty.
King? Or is
this
it something
series
else?
was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
There's
Really?
a bunch of different designs that you can get.
Then joysticks.
This joystick
Okay, this makes sense,
uses
I guess.
all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
Okay.
This is DSP.
Oh yeah, the shower. I forgot about that one.
That's not it. How's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer. I use the detail inside to watch out. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD.
Wasted bacon grease is such a southern statement. Hey, it makes it's good, okay? It's worth it.
Altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure on YouTube survivability. And so, by October, the kingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month.
Really? Did you pay off the credit card debt yet?
$18,000.
In the first half of December.
So you paid off the credit card debt, right? With that $18,000? That's a lot. That's a lot. Not saying you're wrong, it's just a regional/cultural thing. Okay, thanks.
Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more.
Holy
this
cow.
was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your video.
Didn't he tell them to click on the ads? Didn't he tell his audience to do that? 18,000 would change all my debt situation? I mean, as a regular income, maybe. That's a crazy amount of money.
Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the fun comes from, so I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD.
2K a year would help most sane people figure life/debt out. Yeah, very true.
Click on the ads that show up on the videos.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps.
How much is it? Oh, 260? Okay. Yeah. I guess it's because it's like, okay, yeah, that sounds like a figure, but then it's already a pretty expensive figure, but then keep in mind that this is like 2008, I guess. So it's probably worth it. It was probably even more because like inflation type stuff.
It was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete.
Do you guys remember Blip? I'd watch some like that guy with the glasses videos over there. That's the only reason why I saw any Blip, but I don't remember it that well.
With YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here, he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Because he hasn't mentioned if I'm assuming he hasn't paid off the credit card debt. Even though that with 18,000 he should definitely be able to. It just seems like he might be refusing to. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
To help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh yeah? That's where he does the thing?
Sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
Wait, what was it controversial?
Space 2 was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Okay.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
Do it. Do your little voice. Do it. Be tone deaf as shit.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this.
Oh my
Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs.
Oh my gosh, Phil,
so now
why?
I, the remaining Nazi, must exterminate them.
Oh my gosh, Phil, why did you think this was a good idea?
Phil, role-playing as the last surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported.
If I remember the bankruptcy filing, a lot of debts were older than 7 years, so it could be from around this time. I think I do remember him mentioning that his initial credit card debt for like flying around the country, like he never took care of that and was still following him around. I could be wrong.
His anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to
He's already blocking people, bro.
Talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go. Oh, look, it's Hutch. And he sends me this giant fucking message.
Did you read it?
I was done. You don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the...
Then why is he like blocking him? He's helping him out. Where does that come in?
Party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that, so all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
Okay.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website. Phil was still going to fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items.
Okay. Did you pay off the credit card debt yet, bro?
2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls,
I want to say in his bankruptcy filing, and from what I know, he didn't sell these. or didn't sell many of these. I think in his bankruptcy filing, he says that he had no collectibles. Just straight up lying.
Counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes. And she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office.
Dude, why?
Cool. On that note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go?
I think they need to be over like 1,000 individually to be required to be declared. Okay, that's fair enough.
Well, there's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this, at this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down.
Is it like an ironic Duke Nukem Forever or like an unironic one?
Having a business class internet, having a place where I could do.
The value might be different, but there is a value, not a bankruptcy attorney. Fair enough, yeah.
Better filming, and I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story.
Oh boy.
My sweet Waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as
no, Panda Halo's the Chris one. This one's Panda Lee. I forgot. Why are there so many girls with Panda in their names in the lolcow circles? Imagine if DSP created a stream house. Would you join? Who else is there? I feel like DSP isn't enough of a creep that I'd feel threatened. So I'd be okay with that. I don't know. And I could hear him like screaming in the background. That could be fun. I don't know. Similar to your bed, you don't need to declare a normal bed, but if you own a 75K sleep pod, you would. Huh. But it would depend on who else would be at the streamer house, you know?
Only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his
no cam enough for all the Panda Express in the world.
audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all.
Why did you put that there? Is it because of the panda part? Why did you put that there? What?
Unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I look like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward, Asian-looking, non-Asian chick...
Yeah, I guess so.
She looks Asian, lol, and I assumed her last name is Lee. I'm assuming it's not, and that it's just like, oh, it sounded like a cute name in her head. I guess. I don't know.
So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Dude, don't tell them that this is what you're insecure about. They're gonna just bring it up all the time. What are you talking about? Robert E. Lee was Asian, guys? Oh, wait.
Neither have I. So,
yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so.
What games do
Figured
you
that
like?
would give away that I'm not Asian.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's
Why do you
audience that she
care?
is not Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap, with
Yeah.
Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but the
18, that's oof. The South Korea will rise again? Oi.
these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise: do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be
Why?
as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why?
Did she say as white as everything? Like the demographics of the apartment? Panda what? What are you saying, Panda? I don't know if you want to be saying this, Panda.
You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it.
Oh
The
no.
police is here.
Oh no. She is doing what I think she's doing. Oh no. 18 is still too young in my honest opinion. Yeah, no, still I agree with that. Because I feel like it's like right on the edge, so it's weird, especially if they're not like close in age. But oh wait, Panda, you shouldn't have recorded this.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for.
She's a Karen. Panda's a Karen. Bro.
For you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
Not the Latin music. Yeah. I guess she just doesn't like good music, I guess. What?
Alright, well anyway.
Panda
That's
Lee
weird.
was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos.
Oh,
As
boy.
for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
Okay, here we go. Project 7.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A
Yeah.
summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were
Okay.
Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In
Okay.
charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They
Okay.
offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube.
You shouldn't have done that. Don't just do it for... Dude, if he's making money, he could have paid you. You should have asked for at least a little bit of money. What the hell?
Career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's a
No,
short
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day,
Yeah.
one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was
Yeah.
also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue.
At least it's oof for his channel.
Pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pack money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash.
Fair enough, yeah.
Offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're going to, continue with the series, but hey, man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pack themselves.
His response:
why would you lie about
that?
They
don't want money. They don't want any money after this.
Why would you lie about
what he says they told him that.
Yeah, and then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his 2 friends. This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer, and I even saw a comment saying, wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing. Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between
If you
DSP.
did write that scene, then you can just be happy with that. Why, what? Oh my gosh, his ego is probably his biggest problem. That and his, compulsiveness, where he'll just spend and crazy.
John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Huh? What?
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100
and the snorting,
every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hanging out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like a leased BMW.
What?
We start showing up to your house. And
of course he leased a BMW. But why doesn't Phil at least have, shelves? Like a nice shelf? Maybe one of the ones with some glass on it to keep the figures from getting dust on them. If you're going to get those types of figures, take care of them, You want to take care of those.
What do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we
I thought it was DSP talking for a second because he sounds kind of similar.
A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds. On the surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I have nowhere to put, I have no use for, I can't store, I don't know what to do with it, alright?
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know, it's too much! Too much! And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
Oh boy.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got.
Oh, it looks like a...
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses.
Why?
He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about.
Why
yeah,
would
it's
you
more
do
about
that?
respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started.
He was a finance major? Phil, are you kidding me? What the hell, man? You should have known this. What are you doing? Why?
Making money off of YouTube, that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am
You're leasing a BMW. What are you talking about?
driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone,
He was the Wolf of Wall Street finance. He was at the Wolf of Wall Street finance. Yeah, Phil being a finance major makes complete sense.
for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190.
Debt is no, it's not. It's not good. I mean, there is such thing as good debt, but even then, you don't necessarily want debt. It's not as bad debt because you're like getting a house and stuff, and it might actually pay off in the long run.
Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting
how
his
did you not
audience
pay off the
starting
credit card debt?
2013 is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the
There's not good debt. There's acceptable debt, but it's still negative. You know what I mean, though. In terms of when we're talking about finance stuff, and they talk about bad debt versus good debt. Good debt's like house stuff. It's still not like ideal to have any debt, but it's like the better debt, at least, I guess.
final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million.
Yeah, you need to buy a house with debt, unless if you're in a very special situation.
Views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart.
Dude.
I banked my money.
House size is acceptable, yes, but you shouldn't tell yourself it's good. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. But yeah.
So, regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
Huh? Why do you have double pitchforks?
Two reasons. There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
A big old hat.
That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game.
Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me.
Oh, is this the John Rambo fight?
The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
What the fuck?
Huh?
What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
Yeah.
Even with that considered, the super
I wonder how much we're going to hear about the Sons of Kojima in this.
cut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding.
Yeah.
A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and
Wonder what
word
it's at
was
now.
spreading.
DSP is a weird guy.
It did get taken down, right? I think it's still up, as far as I know.
It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's
Yeah.
on every day, 10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well.
And Phil's not great at this, and if I remember correctly, doesn't he just treat it like a normal action game and not like a stealth game?
As to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns.
Phil destroying his own good friendship is sort of sad, predictable but sad. Yeah.
Or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card.
Dude was so desperate he got a capture card. That was how I played the original Metal Gear 2, honestly, that's probably how I'd play it, because I suck at those types of games, and I just kind of brute force it until I make it through. Like, that's how I climbed the towers before I should have with Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I just brute force it, just getting a few seconds further, and then just save, a few seconds forward, save.
He also began live streaming, though he
Then
was
again, I just suck at video games, so. Oh, but you're a kid, so you have an excuse. That's fair.
Unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays?
Brute force always works, except when it doesn't. Very true. What?
Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have
Is that a
gotten
bot?
into it, to the point where
Or a person?
a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in, related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views.
What are you talking about, Kid?
Stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership
Okay,
and
why are you talking about movies?
Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever
you're gonna be watching the Ring movie and down a week, oof.
I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now
I
persona
wonder why he
non
helped him for
grata,
as long as he
DSP
did.
made extreme claims without evidence about the
Yeah, the
price of
7
the
days.
PC Chris had
The
built.
Ring
Chris, not
VHS tape
pleased
thing.
with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount a DSP paid
I think didn't they do the same thing with like a incantation? Also does like something similar.
for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
Holy
so
shit!
I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid
Why?
an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others
I mean, I'm not a horror expert, so I can't really argue with you there.
that post him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really...
On my genre, it's generally action, sometimes comedy. I don't know. Like, Logan's one of my favorites, so that one's more action. And I like Guardians of the Galaxy a lot, so it's generally more action.
By Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was
And like weird comedy movies / dramas, like Lars and the Real Girl. Top 3? I don't know. I can just tell you the ones that like come to mind right now. I like Logan a lot. Silver Lining Playbook's pretty good. Mm. I don't know what else actually. Because I watch a lot of movies. I like The Amazing Bulk, but more in an ironic way.
A lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support.
Yeah,
one that was
that's a
built
great
on the
movie.
common
I don't just like. I mean, yeah, I don't care too much about genre as long as it's done well. But I also like So Bad They're Good movies like Bulk and The Room, and I need to see the Neil Breen stuff. That always looked interesting to me.
dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making
Little Monsters is pretty fun, and that one's pretty campy. It's like zombies trying to get kindergartners. It's pretty good.
Computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making
I can
This
look
Is How
into
You
that.
Don't plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Like there are people doing walkthroughs of this game and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
Oh boy.
How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't jump up here.
If I remember correctly, it's just 100% just forgetting like a main mechanic, right? That's why you can't do this. What is it? The crouch jump or something? Is that what that said? Is this Half-Life? I guess one of those.
Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You
Dude.
fucking idiot!
Yeah, skill issues for sure. Also, not reading the instructions, I'm assuming.
Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalese abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
a DSP soundboard,
Cock-a-dookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure, No game.
There was so much material
What would
dated
the
by his
point be then?
pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form "this is how you don't" plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look
The
at
shaky
this.
cam is
Look at
worse than the
floor. Look at
hoarding,
this.
but
It's a fucking hideous mess.
okay, it
And
is
I
getting
wish-
worse.
I
But I
really
was gonna
wish
say before it didn't look like that bad, but now it's okay. The boxes are getting a bit much.
that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pen Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing.
I feel like if you know that your views are going down, then you should kind of start preparing for a backup plan. Maybe you should have set aside some of that almost 200,000 that you were making a year. Maybe you should have put that aside so that you could live on the interest. That would have been cool.
Him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I go to his house.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him lessons if you went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also
What? What the fuck did they just say? I feel like DSP and Chris solidified the lolcow definition. Yeah, I think so. Nah, take the what money you have left over and go into crypto? No. No. Not unless you're a time traveler and you know when it's happening. They say that money exposes who you are, and that can't be more apt with the condo time lapse. Yeah, that's fair.
You know what would be great? You could really teach him lessons if you went into his house and lynched him.
4chan
Okay, that guy, I think is the lolcow in the situation, not DSP. I think we're getting into A-logs. That dude was totally an A-log.
was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit! Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers, so these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos.
Did he?
He used to watch
Can
my
we see
content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
PewDiePie did, in fact, like some of DSP's videos back in 2011. Though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. Games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group.
I think a bunch of them turn out just to be a bunch of A-logs.
For what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed. It made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here, and welcome
Is
to
that
Release
Fire
Day
Alarm?
Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014.
Because that's not me.
And before everyone says, what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched, droning sound going on.
Why?
That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility
Why
has
didn't
a
you
nasty
wait?
habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP.
Why didn't you wait to record this video? Is it because of the laziness? It's probably because of the laziness.
His release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategy.
Isn't there like, doesn't he end up paying for both though? Which, why?
Would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500.
Because that's what I remember him going to Washington. I didn't remember there another house there. So,
dollars. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow.
Oh boy.
But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
Dude,
the situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance the move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly...
I need to help him. I can fix him. That's probably why people are donating to him. Honestly, this is the first time that I've heard I can fix him in like reference to DSP instead of like I can fix her in response to like a yandere anime girl or something.
Gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a form for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200
Moving across country, not for a job while in debt, hell is crazy. Yeah, no, it's crazy, especially going to someplace like Washington, which I believe is not a very cheap place to live. So definitely not going to help you. If you had a friend, they tell him as much. Yeah, that's true. So this is the first WWE gotcha that he gets into, because then he stops this one and goes to the other one, where he spends even more money.
$100. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a
Holy
pack
cow.
of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly
Oof.
interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he
Oof.
supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet, he was financing
Dude.
Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence
Bro,
of Phil's
why?
poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased.
Why did he get 4 of those? What? DSP needs to go on Caleb Hammer? Oh, I would pay to see that. I don't think that DSP has much of, like, the same attention complex as Boogie has, because Boogie is fine with negative attention. He thrives on any attention. DSP, I don't think he likes the negative attention, so I don't think he'd ever go on Caleb. It would be interesting, but I don't think he ever would, especially considering he said, like, no to, like, the Little Cup podcast and stuff like that. So I think generally he stays away from things that would be fun, at least for us.
3 new ones to test them out. The comments discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another.
Oh,
then
boy.
changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered? You got
Dude.
more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them?
Yeah.
Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol.
True.
Unquote. What the comments miss.
Caleb would definitely get in a fist fight with DSP? Probably not. I don't think so. I think DSP is too much of an internet tough guy who wouldn't do it, and I think that Caleb is not a physical person. DSP has years of Street Fighter skills, better watch out. Oof. I know that Caleb has talked about Mario Kart a lot. Maybe they'd like Mario Kart to the grave. That could be fun.
Is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Frittata built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
Dude.
We already got a broken piece
Dude,
of
why?
plastic.
Watch out for the Hadouken. Oof.
Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
Ha 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 ha. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have insulted the other one first, huh?
the price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking
I'm
maxed
not
it out. Went
surprised.
to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence
Why?
in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for tax.
Sorry about that.
But he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too.
They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's actually are.
They weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too.
They actually.
Huh. Okay, that's not me. It's just the video being weird. Okay.
Are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite. It's got its own.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014.
Freaking
From
Tumblr,
this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits.
Person, right?
Yeah, but
Miles.
Why is it jumping
we are
around
be
like
joined
that?
by Lupo572 shortly.
That was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Yeah.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less
Cut the fan art, everyone will lose their lunch. Editor, probably? Oh, maybe.
views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse.
Don't touch the poo. Touching the poo makes everything worse. That makes the content less interesting. It gets you all covered in the poo, and you also become a lol cow. Don't touch the poo.
The surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fox's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own.
Really?
They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer.
Yeah, exactly. Don't wrestle pigs in mud, because no one will be able to know who the pig is. Very true.
From the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or this is how you don't donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced the surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money, and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his
Let's see if he
audience.
actually does it.
He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also, during
Phil driving into the Minecraft craze way too late is hilarious. Well, technically, he's not too late, right? Because there was the initial one when it like first came out. Then it like kind of trickled for a little bit, and then it like popped back up again with like the Dream people, right? So he was just in between the two surges. So it's still like not great for him, but it seems like Minecraft just keeps on coming back up.
During this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down, while DSP blames these takedowns on machinima acting and their own.
Imagine how much viewership early Minecraft of Phil failure would be. That would probably be worth quite a bit of views. Yeah, no, it's flooded right now, for sure. Does his quality go through the roof with Patreon? No, I'm assuming not. Let's see.
Their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to Machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied.
I don't know what he was thinking with the green screen stuff. I'm glad he did it for the sake of content, but like, why? What did he think was gonna happen? I think Phil would have got a lot of popularity with Minecraft in the past. Maybe went through the rafters with the quality. Oh yeah.
Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current
Do we
day,
hear about
there is at
gout?
least 17 and a half hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has
Oh,
gout.
boy.
How do you...
Oh, Mr. Medical. Minecraft Rage videos was big, yeah. Oh yeah, very true. Just say it sucks and he just keeps going, yeah.
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
Back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside. It has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super...
Uh-oh. Doesn't he get swatted?
Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage.
You suck. I hate swatters. It's just dumb. It's not funny. It's just dumb.
This was a swatting, and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had caught ahead in fears that something like this would happen.
Thank God. Phil actually thinking ahead for once. Thank God. Yeah, F swatters, they suck. It's not funny. It's just dumb.
Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger.
Thank
if not
God.
for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Shame on you if you've ever...
Yeah, no, they definitely take resources from real emergencies. And they put people's lives in danger. It's dumb. And sometimes they do it to people who are just like Phil's not a danger to anyone. King Cobra, not a danger to anyone. Why would you swat them? It's dumb.
Made a This Is How You Don't Play about me. If you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed.
Some of those things, not so much, bro. Not everybody did that. It sounds like one person did that, and like the DDoS stuff is cringe too, to be fair. I'm all for trolling, but squatting is way over the line. Yeah. Squatters and squatters are both terrible. Very true. Very true.
You! Yes, you!
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that...
Yeah, was he talking about Gamergate? I'm being asked why no form of gaming media has covered the story of me being DDoS / us and our families being swatted. It's pretty simple. One, I don't have a ton of YouTube subscribers, and both YouTube and the mainstream think that somehow that determines popularity, despite my having more total views than lots of people who have more subs than me, and I've been around since 2008. They're that out of touch with how YouTube works. Two, gaming media cover what brings in mass page views and or what brings in ad revenue. They won't cover issues that affect common gamers because we don't buy their ad space, but by covering all the hype new games, those publishers will buy the ads or creating drama a la Gamergate, etc. Brings in page views to watch those ads. Which is why every gaming media website covers pop culture TV and things that have nothing whatsoever to do with gaming. They skip real news because real news doesn't make them money. I mean, to some degree, he's correct. He's not wrong,
but also
100%.
the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that...
But I'm not sure if it's exactly news that Darkside Phil got swatted. Well, it kind of is. To like me, he's a big internet guy, but then again, I'm in this kind of sector of the internet, so it might just be big to me.
In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Interesting.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray...
What? What just happened?
Lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray...
That can't be right. Okay. I refuse to believe that that's how it ends.
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado.
I refuse to believe that this is how that ends. Yeah, no, okay, that was weird. Okay. You're like only like halfway down. I was gonna say, like, what? Where were we? Okay, Pay Me Tons, there we go.
Than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for
to relaunch Project 7.
There we go.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Why?
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade, it showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded
DSP almost took down the video.
video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed
Yeah, because we haven't even gotten to how much he spent on the gacha game stuff, or his bankruptcy, or really a lot of the financial stuff.
him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers.
Maybe. Is this John stuff why he thinks everyone who wants to be friendly to him is going to betray him, so he immediately burns the relationship first? I mean, maybe. I mean, I got kind of, when I lost some friends, I got a little bit paranoid. And I just would be a little bit more just blunt and purely me than before. So maybe it's something like that, except a lot more destructive. I don't know.
What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals, and more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone...
yeah, I've been there more with dating than friendships, but I get it. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, say it, bring it up, hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused this falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
The incident, how you guys, both Spoon and Cats, this is how you were introduced to his videos, right? This incident? I believe is it with Persona or like Shin Megami Tensei? It's one of like those, right?
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on.
It's been on the whole time.
Huh?
Yeah.
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing.
Yeah, don't get into business with friends. Oh gosh. That could cause a lot of issues, so many issues. I really don't recommend it from every story that I've heard. I mean, every once in a while it turns out fine, but if you, it's putting your friendship at risk. I don't recommend it.
Quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg. The bombardment of
Oof.
memes and other media will not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off.
Oof.
Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that
Why is Keemstar involved in like every single internet drama ever? It's kind of crazy.
Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, clean
what?
and admitted to what he was.
Lol, I've made like 40k vids on YouTube. Today was the most hilarious one, and it certainly wasn't intentional. Oops, stupid cam at Keemstar. Not the worst way to respond to this, but doesn't he get upset later? Yep, this is the risk of making friends. It's too hard to risk it. Yeah, that's what I'd
was
say.
doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
You know every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in
Oh,
theoretical
boy.
conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right.
That's actually good on Phil. You get a W. W for Phil.
That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with.
Okay, this is kind of true nowadays. Back in the day, he did some pretty good stuff, but nowadays he's kind of going crazy. Got caught sticky-handed, yeah. Have you seen like whenever he does like the he lost subscriber specials and he's just like coping and seething the whole time? It's kind of crazy.
With fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kitties to retain attention.
I mean,
the
that's kind
cherry
of
on
also
top was the
fair
purpose
enough,
of this post was to represent his own views as superior.
And again, I never really watched Angry Joe. Like, I watched, like, a bunch of the Nostalgia Critic people, but I could never get into Angry Joe. I just never found him that interesting. I do have a picture of me and him, though, because he was at my local Comic-Con, and I ended up taking a picture with him.
Or, if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, "DSP upset he can't read," unquote. The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous, and over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or
What are you doing with the hat? That's the wrong color of hat. It's a black hat. Unless if he has a brown hat, but I've never seen him in the brown hat, only in the black hat.
some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you don't plays" for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games. Just got notification my bank account is overdrawn. Locally, my machinima payment is literally coming through today, unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would
We've still got like 7 years? Holy shit.
be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2.
Oh boy.
A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way.
This
The
is gonna
goal
go
is
bad,
to win the
isn't it?
favor of the competitors with the most
I want to say it was either this game or a different one where there's a group. What was it called? I forget what it was called, but it was they were kind of like 4chan, but not. But they were sending in like all kinds of like explicit images to streamers. So I can only on like a game like this. So I can only imagine how well this is gonna go.
compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his
Oh boy.
seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil. Calvark or ag 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 ag. They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil
I mean, good on Phil for laughing. You're doing a good job. Not anonymous. Wojak Party. I think it's Wojak Party. That's what it is. Wojak Party.
played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an
I
answer
think that's what it's called. I think that's what I remember at
that
least.
caused chaos.
Leanna, I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh?
Huh?
What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean? Some stupid inside joke that I don't understand.
He probably
What does that
does, but I
mean?
don't.
It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into your inclusive circle jerking circle. That made no sense at all. What does that mean?
I can't wait to hear what that means.
Hi, I'm Colin
Ow!
Allred, the Democrat running to defeat Ted Cruz in Texas.
Go away. I
Colin's
don't
wife.
care.
Before
Go away. Okay.
Is there actually like
Anonymous?
some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh? Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about?
Honestly, I'm surprised it ended up as tame as this, because I was expecting a lot more slurs and stuff. But maybe this game has like censors or something, which would be good for this type of streaming environment. And Annie Moose.
It's about one of her Twitter pictures? What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all.
Interesting.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense. And yet it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking stupid.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter.
Bro. After practicing flirting in Spanish with Duolingo, I can't tell if a romance is dead or alive. If you're gonna cheat on him, just break up with him. What are you talking about? Or if you're even joking about cheating on him, that's douchey.
Quote, oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known? Unquote. Panda Lee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss
I
of
feel like DSP would be justified in breaking up with her there. Like, why are you putting like your relationship drama on the internet? That's weird. I don't think that you should do that.
Ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is
I didn't know about the fake engagement ring. I don't think I'd ever heard that before.
Or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique," unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, "I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on," unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page-long essay or hour-long video.
Why is it that his best response was to him doing the whole leaving the camera on? That oopsies, it was you can make fun of me, it's fine. But with like the ending of this contract, he's going crazy. Well, it's weird that he handled the other thing so well, comparatively. Like there are two paths after that: quick wedding or a restraining order, nothing in between. Yeah, fair enough. But I feel like I don't think a quick wedding would be a good idea, because if she really felt that way, and there's a communication issue, and you shouldn't get married right away, because it seems like you have a communication issue. So maybe either work on that, or just call it quits, you know?
It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panalee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panalee personally liked on her Blackcurrant account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring. A testament to his detractors' obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances. By May...
There's nothing wrong with a less expensive ring. I don't see anything wrong with that. But, yeah.
Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced himself...
Now, if he was truly spending like this on other things, that would be fine. If he's still like doing the BMW thing, then it's like, dude, that's not gonna help you that much. But I guess good on you for making a better decision.
As Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up, and severed his partnership with Curse. Though Phil...
Quick wedding if you need to give in to the terrorists because you won't find another 18-year-old to drag across the country. Just don't get another 18-year-old. Just don't.
had made a grave mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Vera Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network.
That sounds like Latveria to me. Isn't that isn't that Dr. Doom's country?
Sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Vera Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW.
Oh boy.
In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free.
Oh my gosh.
No matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So, if that gives you any idea...
What? He leased
Might as well just get Uber. What the hell?
car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years?
Yep.
What?
That's insane,
Cherry
right?
Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy's a living meme! No, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never, they never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to have Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's
Yeah, leasing to drive 2K miles a year. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
stream and began typing in his chat.
You might run more miles in a year. It's possible. It's very possible. If you run like 3 miles a day. Wait, no, 6 miles a day, maybe. I can't do math in my head. I'm an idiot.
Attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance. Unquote.
Oh
Phil,
my gosh,
still in the mindset
Phil.
of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So
That was your first mistake, I guess?
Monday morning or whatever, okay? I think, Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
Hold on 1 second, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call.
Oh boy.
Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Panda Lee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital
Yeah, the confidence of the degree in finance. An anxiety attack, huh?
by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated
Five a day. It might be less, but it's close to crazy, yeah.
at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out. She's sleeping, in the room because of, everything. She's still on the pills that made her all loopy or whatever. So, we did. On the way home, I stopped and we got food. We grabbed, like, chicken sandwiches, and we just ate them, and now she's sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like...
Huh. The degree in finance of how to lose all your money, yeah.
Oh, my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm going to tell them, you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Panda Lee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that
But
Phil
was she in like in an ambulance? Because ambulances can sometimes be unnecessary and very expensive.
and Pan Lee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
Dude, why? Remember, she's like 20 and was moved across the country with no support system outside of Phil. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's freaking bad.
7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee.
Okay, this is funny. This is funny. This is how you troll. This is fine.
Wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack. I don't get it.
Oh my gosh,
I really
that's great.
don't get it with these kids. But
That's
yes,
funny.
Darkside Phil, here's your dedication to Panda Lee.
This is dumb.
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote,
Panic attack makes complete sense. Her body was trying to get her attention. I mean, maybe.
iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote. Prominent detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues.
I have no idea who you
unquote.
are, so I can't really
And
speak
Phil
on this,
did
I
have
guess.
issues. For
If it
10
is
years,
a good
Phil
joke
has
or
had a
not.
dream job meant to provide steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade-long residence. The stinging fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before
sad.
YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone. Unquote.
Maybe you shouldn't have
It is clear that he
done
regrets
that.
his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis. A user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really. Unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and
iJustine was huge in the old internet. She was even on a season of The Guild, which is also old internet. Interesting.
whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments. For example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to
Huh. Why did he make the Kiwi Farms thing look all different?
be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial.
These guys
then
are
you have
fine.
those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the
Yeah, no, doing that's not cool. A little bit of trolling, that's fine. Trying to ruin his life, not okay.
illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in the space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized. And if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I thought that you were like, oh, I'm the big, I'm a big troll. Like, I'm so good at this. You'd know not to fall for this. Dude, you're just as bad. Freaking A-log.
I guess
Yeah,
if you want to
there you
like
go. Just for the lulz.
if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There are also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a dick for $10 million?
No.
Really? You wouldn't suck a dick? You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some man mayonnaise for $10 million fucking dollary dues?
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does it bother you that much?
What the fuck?
Jesus. Trolling the trolls, eh?
Well, there you go. They refused to answer. But if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote. On Cuban forums, there is a tremendous amount of information, detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a tweet
Gonna do a victory lap or something?
It is here that Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Panelli's brother's wedding. Quote, what did the SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes,
I'm not surprised.
That's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not
Believe
only
Phil
were
here.
they the reason we missed the wedding,
Say what you want,
they
but I
then
believe
turned
Phil
their
here.
own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy. With the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand.
Yeah, that was a possibility for Phil, and that sucks. Yeah, I don't like the Sons of Kojima. They're shitty A-logs.
What was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible. And he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues.
Interesting. Oh, we're gonna talk about the snorting now?
The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig. Combined with his ability to remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach. His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some more, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions.
I didn't know about
doing
the
these actions in
rocking.
tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish.
And then, he also pronounces it weird, I think.
Spanish, penne means penis.
Of
the
course
last
he
item
does.
viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice.
Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And yes, I do have a drink. Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes a bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition to owing money to credit card companies and the like, he, in September, found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, we suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming. Okay. We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes.
Probably, yeah.
Please answer all of these questions for us.
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims the reason.
Yeah, why would you go to Washington? I don't think it's a very business-friendly state, if I remember correctly.
Behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions. My tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy
Did you give them all the information?
thousands of dollars to do my taxes. All right? I think the most...
Okay, so I worked in a tax office for a little bit. You can't blame the tax person if you don't give them all the information. Because sometimes they just don't give us the information, and if we don't have all the information, what are we supposed to do? We just use what we can.
He ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
The importance of this is now Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014, stacking it on the reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life.
Good
meaning
idea,
that
actually.
there will no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office.
You can only work with the ingredients you're given to cook with. Very true.
Save for a few additional DSP tries at videos, like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break.
Just
I
ignore
paid her
it.
thousands of dollars or owe her thousands of dollars.
Or say
apparently.
yes.
I don't even know what the full story is because
Don't. It might help with keeping her anonymity. Just go with it. Whatever. Right? Just it's your ego that's having you to argue this. There's no reason to argue it. Just go with it.
not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
Oh, right. Okay, so this is where we have, I think there's a group that end up I think trying to extort Phil for money. But I think they get found out and then they get doxxed or something. I could be misremembering this, but I remember that there's like a weird convoluted story here. Yeah, ego is the biggest reason DSP is DSP, and honestly, it's a fun way to see his weird life. Yeah, fair enough.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house.
Okay.
This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down the website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel.
We were just talking about cat doxing the other day, so I guess here's a cat
fully doxed, including their cat. Revealed.
That's a cute cat, I will say that though. That is a very cute cat.
Then archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket.
Why
They had a
would you do
history of
that?
impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life, okay? I feel like she's my soulmate. I do. I truly do. And I am in love with her.
I don't know too much about Kat other than she's, has a real job.
Absolutely. She's in love
And I
with
think
me.
they call her a horse for
And
some reason.
If she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever and make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well
That
off.
actually looks
Even
really
if Kat
good.
did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was
That's
welcome.
fair, yeah.
Where this Kat reveal caused relief, the next Kat reveal only brought frustration.
Jasper.
The horrible events of September 11th
What?
continue to leave their
Oh.
mark on our nation.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
Phil
this is Mama GF. Mama GF cat.
was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their
DSP can find a partner. Anyone can find a partner. He found 2 partners. You can find partners.
contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk.
She has a job and a good cook. I roll. Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
I want to tell you the full story of how I basically obtained sponsorship, and then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay.
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming
Okay.
chairs across the board are disreputable for their style over function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash, as it was
I mean, I have a gaming chair, and it's very comfortable. It's a good chair. It's, I don't know. I guess it depends on which chair you're talking about.
discovered this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship
Bro.
fall through, the
It was really funny. One day on Twitter, so generally, as a VTuber, you get a bunch of artists in your DMs trying to sell you stuff, and I don't have any money, so I'm like, bro, I'm not monetized. No. But the other day, I got a guy trying to sell me drop shipping, so that was a little change of pace. It was kind of ridiculous.
company attached to it
I don't like gaming chairs, but I'm a stand-us bro, so not my niche, probably. Fair enough, yeah.
failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the
Okay.
possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Oh, no.
Can you please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You can go on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Dude,
Wow.
why?
You're quite rude.
Yeah.
I'm 11. Deal with it.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying
Just because you're 11 doesn't mean that's okay. And also, why are you 11 on VR chat with this adult? What are you doing? Why do your parents let you do this? I have many questions.
fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that.
You didn't say that in front of the kid. Well, it's probably good that you didn't say that in front of the kid, but also, like, that also kind of makes you look a little bit like a wimp. But it's probably good that you didn't say anything directly to them.
I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This
Oh,
Pokemon
boy.
themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion.
Oh, no.
These small moments carried Phil's live streams
Oh,
for
it's 11. That's great. That's great. And I guess his age at the time was 35. That's great. Fight, beg, gin, run. Nice.
2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly competed with ongoing events, relative to the collaboration between
So this is basically how interaction on Second Life was with more propositions. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that kids should be on things like that. I think it's kind of it's risky, is all I'm saying.
popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration from the likes of
Never used VR chat, but good to know that other people have that issue.
which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some
Yeah.
point, he even slided PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these
Dude.
interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil. Like iDubbbz promoting
Oh,
the
boy.
idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the escort saga. But in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a renaissance of sorts.
And a second life unwritten rule was everyone is underage and a cop, even you. Oh, that's funny. And you treat everyone accordingly. That's a good rule of thumb, honestly. Just for like internet in general to some degree.
In ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
I love this song. It's from Deadly Premonition. Very strange game. Totally pointless or totally useless TV or totally pointless TV does really good videos on it.
Piece of shit. This disc. You see this fucking piece of garbage disc?
Wait.
Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
That's hilarious.
Behind you, idiot. Click on that.
I love the puppet.
You're gonna have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be
also there were girls online too. Oh, wait, isn't there like an old internet rule that where there's no girls online and unless if they like show you their boobs or something? I remember seeing that on like a old shoe on head thing.
honored by the creation of its own snore compilation.
Yeah, there's no girls online. I was gonna say that's like an old internet rule, right? Aww, that's so
This
cute.
emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended assets account.
Oh, did you know that Shu has a kid now? So that's cool. Because I know that she's wanted that for a while. So that's a wholesome end there. I hope it goes well. She was an amoeba? Oy.
Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is
Yeah, Shu replicated. Shu's offspring is just her split. Yeah. I was surprised that she kept it like a secret, that she was able to keep it a secret for so long, but then she showed but she ended up showing a picture when she gave birth and it was cute kid.
is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person.
Oh my gosh, okay, this is peak trolling. This is how you troll. You don't swat people, you just do this. This is cute.
Holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote. This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible.
Oh my gosh, that's
to
great.
Continue streaming to dwindling audience would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Student Common, or TUT for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even TUT pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, TUT threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback.
That's illegal. Chargebacking is illegal. Unless if you have like a valid reason. And generally people who charge back streamers like DSP and Wings of Redemption, that's not legit. So charging back is illegal. But they do it anyway. And it causes a huge problem for them.
Back is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back.
Unless they didn't provide something they agreed to. But in this time, in general, with DSP and Wings, it's just people being assholes.
This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
Okay.
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their
It's crazy that we've gone this long without him being called an e-beggar directly, eh?
audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year, being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind.
Of course, someone made this chart. I love you, whoever made this chart. This is amazing. I love it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful chart.
Got tax payments due. My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due.
Do they correspond? Do they have this correspond with like the WWE spending? Because that'd be cool too. I'd love to see that. I could make 16,000 in a few months with at least BMW Ubering. I'm in. Are you could? Yeah, for sure.
In April, if
Maybe.
I could get through paying the taxes for next year. The federal taxes. Their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs.
That's insane. Holy. I didn't know. Wow. You can get into Uber Black with that vehicle. True. And I think because of the service, you can probably upcharge it. But holy shit! Wow!
These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs.
Wow.
But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration. And Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks, receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. And that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
All right, it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950, because every dollar tip I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is. Thank you guys.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal. So Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top. Again, stating where all the money would go to.
I said to people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now?
Oh, he's got a...
It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised...
That's... If he doesn't give that to the taxes, that's very risky, dude. That might actually be able to be charged back.
For these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And
yeah, I'm not surprised at all that he wouldn't take out 30% for future taxes. Based on his history, I don't think he gets it.
Community, wild theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding. But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be...
You'd think. You'd think, but you think he would have done a lot of things, but he didn't.
Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true.
Like, you think that he'd put away or invest some of the 200,000 that he was making, but no.
Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes, but later in the day he states that was not the case.
And I did.
No.
I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500, but also what you need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips, and normally tips go to paying bills. So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally. And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards
that might get you in trouble.
taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses.
Okay.
This contradiction seemed too great.
I understand not paying Washington state taxes. If he honestly thought he could have his business based in Connecticut, fair enough, yeah.
So I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response.
Wait, he actually responded?
$100 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer is buried in this line, 2 words in his 357-word response.
Okay.
Quote, I misspoke, unquote, meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed. All funds that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with 2 decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, took a day off the entire internet, but hashtag #ProJaredHilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops, unquote.
This is one of the most petty responses. One, ProJared turned out to be basically innocent. It was kind of muddy, but it was mainly more people lied. But it was risky exchanging nudes with anyone, so that was a bad idea. But this is all a petty response to a tweet from ProJared from I forget how many years ago.
Now that ProJared was going through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-ProJared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time in an actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander.
Oh my gosh.
In a nearly 2-hour
Don't exchange nudes because they are underage and a cop and so are you. Yes, no. Exchanging nudes in general. Bad idea. Bad idea. Especially if it's with a fan base. There's like power dynamic and then there's a whole thing. Even if everything turns out okay, you're just opening yourself up to like so many potential issues.
Video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies would not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians.
Okay.
Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark.
Jasper.
Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet.
Jasper!
Come on up here. Come on up here, buddy.
You're gonna have to pick him up.
You want to come up here? Or you want me to pick you up?
You're gonna have to pick him up.
Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today.
The real star of the documentary.
Who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here.
You're gonna have to pick him up. I don't think he's coming up.
Here he is.
Here's our boy.
I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper. But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. The thing, a lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
He looks like he's a small boy.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings, a creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
You're right.
Huh.
Where did the load go?
Really? Really?
Normally, a like-to-dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The Quartering a Softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's a Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the Quartering's interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views.
Holy cow, I didn't know that
It's a
Gundam
Gundam
did that
willingly
well.
skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another. That virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. Once they drop in an already overflowing bucket. What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight. Information spread for the sake of harassment.
I love Gundam. That's the crazy dispirited. Yeah, no, Gundam's hilarious. Gundam is generally pretty good. It's also kind of funny. I think he did like a crossover with Kirsha that was pretty funny.
At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms. A user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dogs of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi forums. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked...
Yeah. Generally not a big fan of doxing, but like whenever the Kiwis did dox the people who were abusing animals, I think that's fine because they were committing a crime. But general doxing, not the biggest fan of, to be honest.
I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF dog sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your tardians that your main pay whale, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. Which yes, at the time, or we're going to drop a super dox at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate forum dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. While unironically forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip piss baby, fuck you Burnell.
Don't internet dox animal abuser, build evidence and send it to the proper authorities? That's what they did. They did send it to the authorities. I think it got some of them arrested too.
Responds by shoving his head in the quicksand.
But it was kind of like the don't mess with cats thing, where they were kind of just like putting all their evidence together, if that makes sense. It wasn't necessarily for the social shaming. It was mainly just to find them and send it to the cops.
Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
At Phil to do something to stop this, and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises...
Yeah, if it's for clout, that's dumb. Yeah, I don't like when you're just doing it for clout. If you're actually trying to, like, help take care of the matter, I guess I get it, but I don't know. I feel like in general, doxing just gets all messy.
His audience that anything the bad doxing men have done to them is their fault. Not his, because they're stupid and they use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see, which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyber bullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF and ICD.
Agree with that
Dox Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about dirty detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes.
I don't like this
Phil
guy.
resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed.
When you signed up for pet insurance, you didn't sign up for...
A bankruptcy.
It can only process 5.2 bullet points? Yeah,
which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions. The bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer, and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America.
That's
Number
insane.
4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6,
how many cards are we on?
$14,100 to a Chase credit card.
This
Number 7,
more?
$8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card.
Holy cow, it keeps
Number
going.
9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10,
It's still going?
$10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300
It's
to
still
Lenny Club
going.
Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number
Dude.
13,
Oh
$3,800
my
to
gosh.
Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28. The secured loans with collateral, include his car and Washington condo,
Oh my
which was now his
God.
only condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000.
Oh
This
my
means he was
gosh.
paying the minimum. Or if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it. Instead,
Yeah.
he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being
my
stripped
gosh.
of what little he accrued and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something
What?
almost no one else has.
Level 13 WWE Superstar, introducing Down from the Rafters.
What is this animation? Oh my god.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions.
Yes,
it is
we're
important
finally
to
here.
note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This
Yeah.
account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also
Why would you ever use your same handle for this? Phil, why? How did you think this was a good idea, Phil?
They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush of all games, or what's the other one? Bejeweled.
Oh my gosh.
It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly, the game cheats and is not very good. But I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to
Oh
prove
my
is that the
gosh.
account They Call Me DSP is indeed Darkside Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP.
Okay.
The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't
That's
want
dumb.
us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds like
Yeah, that's so dumb. Like, I get that he's wasting a bunch of money that people are donating to him on this game, but, like, why bring, like, all this pain to a bunch of people who are just innocent playing this game? I don't know. I don't get it.
TJ's guild would adhere to the detractor demands and remove the Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online, streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to...
Yeah, you use, like, Line. That was the one that, I played a little bit of, the Marvel game, and they made me use Line until I stopped. It's, like, trying to think about what else they do other than, like, Discord, generally, for these types of things. Nothing DSP was doing was illegal. People gave a guy with years of poor money management, and he was free to mismanage it. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And then they're just, like, hurting all these people unnecessarily.
Communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord.
If you know about DSP and you give him money, it's all on you for giving him the money. It's not on DSP. He's screwing himself by mismanaging it.
In other cases, it could be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because his phone number is public, onto...
They were doing illegal things, harassment and threats and blackmail to fight DSP not doing something illegal. Yeah. Yeah, no. A-logs being bigger assholes than the person that they say is an asshole. Happens all the time, unfortunately.
The Line app, it popped up.
Yeah, it's stupid, but he's free to be stupid. Very fair.
With They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under the Call Me DSP.
Okay.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
VTuber Big Boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you.
Is Bugsnax good?
Oh my god.
Looks interesting.
I'm just, seriously, like there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right? Or, there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoofed number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Yeah.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
I have concluded a very fragile truce with...
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like,
maybe
I'm the guy
you
who's
shouldn't
still
have
easily
admitted
reachable.
to that.
What this proves is Phil has a Line account. and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts have to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that
Thanks for following. I appreciate it.
left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to in Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do
why
those other
lie
things.
about
I have
that?
no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil, though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence
Photoshop Phil, probably, yeah.
is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A, the monthly business income and
Line. No, I just drank Racso Phil.
expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months...
Wait, really? Wow. That's some pretty... What the hell, man? Well,
made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July.
Yeah, it should make low effort Let's Plays, yeah.
$5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE channel.
You can give DSP a lot of crude, but the dude stays on the grind, streaming day in, day out. Yeah, no, DSP, I do have some respect for him. He has a crippling gacha addiction, but he's doing his, he's sticking through, and he knows, I guess he knows how to manipulate his audience pretty well, so there's that. Power and internet can be counted as expenses, yeah, they can.
Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He responded with, "It's not just possible, it's true." That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because, one, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number two, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise, regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court.
I feel like this is admitting, this bit's kind of admitting it. Because, dude, it wouldn't be that hard to show your business expenses. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of dumb.
Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals. But
so yeah, Jasper doesn't exist. What do you guys think Jasper is? Is Jasper like an alien? Is Jasper a familiar? What is Jasper? DSP is proof that wake up and do something can work. If he ever deals with needing to stop and ever deals with needing to spend money for dopamine spikes, he'd be in a great place, honestly. Yeah, no, I agree.
He owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever...
Jasper is a shape-shifting group hallucination? Yes, exactly. Jasper never truly existed as we know him. So he wasn't lying on the bankruptcy filing, right guys?
More speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They call me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the Rafters was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said, I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. I keep telling you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks.
Yes, they are.
Money into it,
I agree.
You put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything
I was a gotcha addict,
unless
I understand.
you constantly keep playing and sinking more money
yeah,
into
his lying is off the charts.
That's the truth of the matter. Quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first, and then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing...
Some elderly IRS agent asked for an audit, gets confused by DSP explaining spending $10,000 in wrestling games. Yeah, no. Yeah.
In bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
He's in your office with you?
Yes.
By the way, the trolls do call into this hearing, and they do try to pose and get him to itemize his expenses. It doesn't work. They get found out, but I don't know if that's... Don't know how I feel about that. Like I said, it's his money. If he wants to gotcha, he's free to, yeah?
I am present.
It's my issue is if he's lying on the bankruptcy filing. That's the issue. The issue isn't him spending the money. It's him lying about spending the money on an official court document. That's more the issue.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space...
no, exactly. The court needs to do its due diligence. That's
was looked upon.
Yeah, and lying to his audience is also douchey.
Call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call.
Oh, boy.
I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
WWE
Oh,
Network.
WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service.
Yeah, of course there's 60 people on the line. There's no way they wouldn't be.
Wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to
Guess I'm not his audience, so I don't know how I'd feel about it. I guess,
see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no, it's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, the cost of a piece of equipment, maintenance on set equipment every month. It could be.
I'd probably just leave like I did with creators who support FTX, like F and Graham stuff. And Graham has done like so many questionable things. So yeah, he's kind of a douche.
The internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of utilities necessary for the business. Cost of cell phone for the business.
Even utilities, I think that would be a bit much,
rather
wouldn't
easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he can dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Dude, that's very...
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on. Legit. Wait, I don't think these were...
What followed was
I don't know
a
if I
few
can say
seconds of
valiant
silence.
attempt or dude, what the hell are you doing? I don't know how to feel about this.
Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy.
Electricity, but if it's tied to other utilities, he might be trying to include 100%. Even then, like, I don't think all of his utilities would be that much for a month,
I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoning? Why am I toxic?
I guess you had to.
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure. Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PigPigGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos.
Really? Really? They have their own version. It's like DuckDuckGo, but it's PigPigGo, and I guess it's like for the whales, so it's a little piggy bank. The most toxified search engine on the internet. Wow. The amount of effort. I kind of appreciate it to some degree.
The way it works is you put in a phrase.
Oh,
this
are we getting
searches
into
Phil's
the
YouTube
vest?
transcripts and lists them in
I like
order
the
by
vest.
date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
Yay, vest. Vest.
Come on. People are saying, I should look for the vest? Oh my god.
Do the best.
Okay, I'll go look very quickly. I'll go. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in
Best
my front
streak, let's
closet if I still have it. I
go.
don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't find
See, I'm fine with the vest streak. He's not lying about, as far as I know, he's not lying about anything. It's just like, pay me money, I'll put on this stupid vest. I'm fine with this. This is kind of stupid and amusing to me. I really like this. The vest.
I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was.
Yes,
it was right there in the closet.
Hi, I'm Colin Allred, the Democrat running to defeat Ted Cruz in Texas.
That's where it went.
And I'm Allie Collins.
Oh my gosh.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil William says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look.
Yeah, do it.
Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest.
Just the vest.
Like it matters. Doesn't matter. Anyway.
Just
if we
the
the
vest.
tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that? See how stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens.
The top
this is
tip was this is just Phil's vest. Oh my gosh.
And they make the money too. Like it's insane. Like wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream, and people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go.
Vest.
This seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, "Would I put on the vest for
I feel like you should have learned that. Oh yeah, you gotta do what your audience wants, bro, and put on the freaking vest. Do it."
But I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest, and then we hit the tips goal, so I put on the vest just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
It happens
for a while. If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gets us to $106 in tips. We have reached vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63.
Imagine that money from the vest.
We're currently at vest streak 96. Gents, we continue with 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 150 vest streak. We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams. Holy shit, thank you, guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet.
Yeah.
If the stream hits $100, he will put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys,
Is it bad if I actually kind of want that shirt? I'm dumb. I know I'm dumb.
I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes, so no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179.
No, not the vest.
Albert Aponte to $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vest streak almost ended in the month of
shirt
July.
now. It's not a bad design.
Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside a stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13.
No.
While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too.
What would be your low effort 100 goal DSP bit? I don't know. It depends on what you guys would want to see from me. I don't know what I could really do. Just like send you guys another cat picture? Well, what would you want? Chew a hole in a wall? I don't know, maybe. But how would I show that? Because I'm not like, it's like I'm a VTuber. So I don't know how much I can like, I wouldn't be able to actually show me biting into a wall, you know? Like, what would you guys want to see?
Great, and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vestry going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything, and now it's over. So.
Oh no, not the vest!
While Phil prolonged
Just
his
a
stream a
random
few
hole
more
in
minutes,
plaster?
no donate.
Chew a hole into the V wall? Maybe. Or a hole. Maybe. I could figure it out. I could like put like a little paint thing and show like
Swooped in with a large sum to save the vest.
Get like some loud, like get some celery and like chew into the mic to be like I'm biting into the wall.
Streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The
Fair
next
enough,
stream,
yeah.
Phil was
Cash
quick
cow.
to try to find a different trend.
Cash cow gone.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion. All right, I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said, if you hit a tier 2 tip skull, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This
Okay,
is 100%.
I'm excited. What are we getting?
All right, you ready?
What is it?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles
That's
of
it?
clothing as standard reward for the tip
Dude,
skull.
that's it? ASMR eating needs to be the $1,000 tip goal? Sure. Sure, whatever. If you give me $1,000, I'll eat something. I'll actually eat fruits and vegetables. Because if you guys are not aware, my diet consists of hot dogs, peanut butter and jelly, some spaghetti, grilled cheese. I eat no vegetables. I have like applesauce as my fruits. That's it. How am I still alive? I have no idea. So yeah, it could get me to actually have real nutrition. Keep myself alive.
Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Yeah?
Alright, Dark Side.
Oh my gosh, I love this bit. I love this bit. I'm being forced to eat salads and veggies.
Mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Dark Side Phil.
This is good. This is good
Nash.
trolling.
I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ, I mean, you spent $40,000 on the WWE Championship mobile game. You went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube, live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag.
That's dumb.
When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Dark Side Phil, what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Dark Side Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost,
I've never heard the Kevin Nash cameo, just meme gifs. Oh,
spending
yeah?
40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game...
That is gambling. It is gambling, bro. That's like... It's gambling where you can't even, like, necessarily win anything of value. Because eventually it's a live service game and it'll all be gone.
WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game... embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work
Don't tell the coach it's gambling. Oh,
while you're
yeah?
playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side.
Yeah.
His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Wow. I need some DSP fans, man. Well, I also need, like, what is it, like 24 more not subscribers, followers before I can like get monetized on this. But still.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to
how
most
much?
generous on Twitch.
Like I would say about like $800.
Bruh.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs
Wow.
estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
Yeah.
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most
Okay, this guy's more pathetic than DSP. I'm saying it. You're giving him how much money and you know what he does with it? That's dumb. You're dumb.
With the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did.
Way more pathetic.
So unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections.
No, don't show it. Why did you give Phil your personal information? You're the dumbest shit alive. Why are you giving him money, and why are you giving him your complete personal information that'll also tell him where you live? Not just the state, your actual address. What is wrong with you? Yeah, more pathetic. That's why I don't care what he does with their money. Fair enough. Caleb Hammer trying to figure out 1K donos, the streamer named DSP. Oof. Oof.
Himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus. Why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters." Unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though...
No. I'm saying no. Really? I'm not counting this. I'm not counting this as a dox. What are you talking about?
It was only to a small, uninterested group. What this
100 to OnlyFans might be more worthwhile. Oof.
Information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression.
Oh no! Another rat! Am I gonna be ashamed to be of rat kind?
This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or Anony for short, was in talks with KiwiFarm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PW Dubs. But Phil was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head mid-March.
Please don't scroll. Listen to me.
Okay, we're gonna skip.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats, like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Dark Side Phil leaks. I mean, Dark Side Phil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Didn't.
Following
That's not doxing. That's dumb. That's not doxing. If you count that as doxing, I'm not taking you seriously.
And Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing, the Discord, and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous in his post made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dubs censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW Dubs' partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of his streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are
Phil lying about using Discord instead of saying he didn't want to deal with a bunch of knuckleheads on Discord is so cowardly. I mean, which look do you want? Just say that I don't use it? With like a somewhat white lie of I only use it for business? Or have to be like, no, I don't want to interact with any of you, and tell that to your audience. I know that you can probably say because of the trolls, but still, I think either way it kind of looks bad. So I think he was stuck in a rock in a hard place. Yeah.
constantly unappreciative of fan support and money. Though most won't care
my
and are just
boy.
there for the entertainment. And when Baby
Caleb did for a while? Yeah, fair enough.
Anonymous's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's
Of course he's a baby fur. Why wouldn't he be a baby fur? I denounce this rat or mouse, I guess.
all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Yeah.
Diaper photos. That was those crazy situation they had. Like it's like so much
Another
stuff in
freaking
this
baby fur.
vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
Why there's so many of them?
Anonymous's image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, true.
There's some kind of a glitch. Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell? Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys. Apparently, something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
What?
It literally just happened this moment.
What
the
happened?
subs are going away permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time,
I
but
forgot.
Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch.
Honestly, this sounds so cool to me, just as like a spreadsheet nerd. And it looks beautiful too. Look at it. This is good work.
Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Phil,
that spreadsheet is so inspiring. Yeah, I still need to make the spreadsheet budget thing, because I have like my version, but I want to make a generic version so that everyone can use it. And then I might do like a little instruction video on like how I set it up.
May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips. Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and then imagine if that thing actually goes through of where tips don't get taxed. That'd be crazy.
Happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not, for all the work that I did last month after being losing my partnership.
Is that Baldur's Gate?
I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month. I have no other income apparently, because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month.
I need that money. I need that money to pay my bills.
Taxes and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow.
I'm going to start fixing computers and phones for parts and tips only. Yes, yeah.
Pay my mortgage, so if you can, please.
Because that's the thing. If you pass that through, people are going to find like so many workarounds and stuff. I don't know about that.
Support.
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000.
Wow.
The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week, unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly. On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making. It's ridiculous.
Finance major.
Detractors are making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Spend big.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0.
Dude.
Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe get out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on.
Okay.
Fine. I'll sweat disgustingly.
Yeah, put on the freaking vest. Do it.
Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest. All right.
Dude.
It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying.
Dude.
We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes.
Just turn on a fan or something.
Really
Why are you complaining?
All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force tipped me $1.30. He says, don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid. Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing,
get a
you're
freaking
an asshole.
fan.
And I mean that.
That could probably be a business expense.
I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as
Write
well
it
just
off
fucking,
on your taxes.
do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What,
it's a signature move, yeah.
Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat.
Yeah, sweating can be good for you. It can.
A hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, you know, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made
still in
for
2021,
himself.
holy shit.
And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go?
Huh.
What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy.
Equip?
But he had a big-ass gun I wanted. And I didn't get
it. The chat's got to be telling you. Chat's got to be telling you.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what the player does here as he breaks around.
How have I never seen this? Holy shit.
The taste of Vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
The top 3 comments on this video read,
Oh my
quote,
gosh.
"The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him.
That's hilarious.
What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at." Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to
All of this is during COVID-19 money woes too, remember? He's begging during the biggest financial upheaval in a decade or more. Yeah, very true. And he might be getting more viewers because everyone's working from home. Could be interesting.
take matters into their own hands.
The horrible events of September 11th continue to leave their mark on our nation.
I feel bad skipping these, but
it's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes. So someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number.
Oh my God.
And figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true.
You're getting a lot more viewers from early 2020 from all the remote work. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh boy, the bank hack. The bank hack. Oh, and unemployment. The bank hack. We get interesting information, but I also like, You didn't cause 9/11? What? You didn't cause 9/11? Didn't no feel bad, huh?
Guess what? You're part of the problem.
Don't
you're
need to
part
feel
of the
bad?
issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as
the baby rat into 9/11.
So,
This event would be known as the bank leaks.
Don't feel bad skipping.
Charted,
Okay,
cracked, and
thank you.
described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to
It's
September...
really okay. This is sorry for being a little bit off topic. I have footage of little me that day, and the footage is the news, and then my mom asking me how many chicken nuggets I want, and we have that footage. I don't know why we have that footage, but we have it. It was weird.
And described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft.
Yeah, that is identity theft.
A
Very
federal
true.
crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it.
Yeah.
And find out that, this was happening.
At the same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at
I picked up a CD that was released that day and found out by watching it at the store when they opened. Oof.
the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web of lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. And these AT...
Oh my gosh, look at that. That's insane. Look at that on microtransactions. Dude.
In months, Phil spent around $44,000 on
Wait, in how many months? Let me go back.
These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around
18 months, so a year in a year and a half. Wow. 25% of your income on gacha, yeah. In a year and a half, you managed to do this.
$1,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vet streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction.
Yeah.
And that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that
I think that I think there's another chart that shows that generally when he's begging for money, there's a gacha event happening at the same time. The percentage is what's bad. If you make $1 million a year, 44K on gacha is less bad. Very true. Very true.
Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the
dude balls out, no regards, and begs.
wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But you know, there is one streamer that forgot to turn off the camera. Yeah. Do you know? Have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
No, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit. Yeah.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself, so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus.
What is happening? Yeah, Cinnamon Toast Cannon's really funny. He's a good way to consume like Dr. Phil content and like TLC stuff for sure. Who is this?
She then smoked some dank, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices. Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable.
Hey! Yeah. Yeah, here's some like legit ones, and here's me. So I didn't expect VTubers to come up in this. Sometimes Pixar didn't happen, shouldn't be said, yeah.
For their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here, we're gonna name Phil!
Yay, let's name him! The Christmas begins.
Goomba and Uncle Dad Callie. Yeah, it's the rapping Grim Reaper and the loli shark that everyone likes.
You can look up at you like,
or Lolly. I don't know how you say it. Lolita.
Heck yeah.
You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons.
She just shark or shork. She's just a shork.
To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
Who are you?
I think I...
Yeah.
DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly...
So this is the VTuber, and is this one just here? Or are they both a VTuber? Because that was like, what? What's coming? The voice coming out of it, but it's for this. That's interesting. That's interesting.
It's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum.
So it's like the opposite of a mascot type thing. Generally, like the VTuber has like a mascot, but now he's the mascot and he has a VTuber. That's kind of cool, actually.
He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible. Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act and he's just really committed.
I don't think it's an act. I think Phil's just Phil. Pippa! Yes! The Pips! Okay, Pippa's my favorite, I'm sorry.
How do you even do that?
But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then
Would it be
seeking a
cringe to
resolution
call
for
her my
it.
Oshi? I don't know if that's cringe. I like the
The most
rabbit.
viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
We're making like a...
There's... Huh?
Like a...
I think Phil is Phil, but he plays it to 11 on camera. Pippa is awesome, yeah. Cool.
Excavator?
Are we just putting
Oh,
all
are they just showing that the anime girl can do it, but he can't? Is that what this video is?
balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
Oh, this one's the my brain. She's okay, so she's the Sherlock Holmes one. I thought that she looked like her, but I didn't want to go on that limb.
VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
I'm a big small Emmy fan and can't wait to be shot by her. Oh my gosh.
Flip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You can watch my podcast, you can come to a React event, you
What
can
else
see
is he
Phil
known
do other
for?
shit and not even care about the gameplay.
Other than like gacha games, what else is he known for? Other than like gacha games, getting mad and snorting and eating junk food.
And that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing
Actually,
on
no, he's also known for hot takes. I think he also does hot takes.
Phil's image via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets,
He was the top American Street Fighter player that one time. No, you gotta be specific. Street Fighter 2 Turbo for a specific console port.
Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all.
Oh my gosh.
There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized.
PS Street Fighter 2 Turbo X Plus Alpha Tournament Edition for PS 1.5. There we go.
But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword: slowest. This is very important because typing it into Go shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
I keep on forgetting about it.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know? Conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months. The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there. Support of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion.
How can the narrator not burst into laughter saying "pig, pig, go"? That's what makes it so entertaining. Like that's why I like Gino's comprehensive history of Christian so much, is because they just say it. They don't comment on how ridiculous it sounds. They just say it, and that makes it so much better, so much more hilarious that way.
Tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it, you know, but I toughed it out for you guys.
Who is he talking about otherwise?
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it.
Fair enough.
And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
It's like that Anchorman Just Read the Monitor skill. I need to see that movie. I've heard good things.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a wrap.
1, Jasper being good boy. 2, we're getting some more WWE champions, baby.
Familiar-looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
What is this? Code Academy? Didn't someone just spend money on those the other day?
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know.
Like you. You do that, Phil.
You have to be a moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand that
we still have, like
being honest?
I'm sorry this stream is so long, but I hope that you guys are having a good time.
About something, right, is the right thing to do. Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money.
Dude.
I'm not going to fucking do that. I'm going to be honest and upfront with you. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you things that aren't true, because I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough.
The hypocrisy.
Whatever.
The hypocrisy. I'm losing my mind.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms.
It's almost like Amberlynn Reed level of lying. I don't know who lies more between him and her.
Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the detractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism.
Good old
and this somehow works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Oof. Yeah. I'm working on a wood staining project and enjoying the stream. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm trying to be good background noise here.
I think he has autism. And
Oh.
this is coming from someone who has it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Because I've got a low level of autism.
Oh boy.
Asperger's, which formerly called as. And I think I donated it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of
Parasocial.
Like this is what I know. I don't really know.
Yeah, but the autism would explain a lot, and the parasocial relationship. Because how long has Phil been on the internet now? He must feel like a part of the family.
But this is what I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense, and I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble. I should help him out, you know?
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fan base. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means...
no, they're saying like the autism is his viewers. Not Phil. But narcissism, I think, fits him better. I'm not sure. Doesn't care about anybody but himself. But yeah, his fans having a bit of autism also makes sense.
But nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out.
Makes sense.
Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's
probably
about $400.
Okay, it's not as bad as the other.
Content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to.
Wow.
I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just now I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely...
But Phil having a bit of autism, the rocking, struggling with social cues, and impulse control all make sense. Oh, I could see that.
Highly
I could maybe see
representative
that.
of Phil's fan base,
Based
as
on
there
my
were only a
limited
handful willing to
understanding.
reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
I'm not an autism expert at all, so I don't know.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him. Whenever he does something.
Also, it's hard to gauge because there's also like so much of a spectrum, too. I don't know.
Wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite Gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil will try to make Gamer Jay Lee seem incredible.
Okay.
Talks about me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that. And I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil, those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators.
I'm surprised Tevin hasn't been brought up once, because didn't he have like a big thing against Tevin? I remember someone named Tevin.
That make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I gotta say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination.
Yeah, no.
Even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long...
It was explained to me that TISM is like burners on a stove. You can have a normal social burner, normal control burner, and sensory burners all the way up, and maybe a medium-high monitor control, for example. Interesting.
Long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called...
I want to know how Kat's doing with all of this. Yeah, did you miss that? Someone slept with his sister-in-law, and to get information on with Phil, and got pictures of it to prove it.
It means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the side-scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that
Phil no, Spoon
will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of Screw Attack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is.
Yeah.
As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
Yeah.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling. And it's like they're going insane. Like they are into Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote. Dude. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were,
but are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
Phil had a chance for a funny getting caught in the act bit there. Oh yeah.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you.
Oh, well, like when he came in, he should have like tried to recreate it. That could have been funny.
Really quick, and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
I don't know what this is actually.
Make this quick. All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle.
That's awful.
That's right, she's too valuable to escape. She's worth
oh my gosh,
lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Geez. I'm
so curious.
Because if you work from home,
what are you gonna do?
I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but it costs your mortgage. all of your utility bills that apply to you.
I was joking about selling young girls, not people of color. Phil probably. Yeah.
Operating the business.
Hold on, Phil. Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like.
Oh my gosh.
Specifically, no, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when
Phil.
Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions.
Oh, they're showing that he's lying because he knew earlier. Okay.
Cost of internet.
Feign ignorance, bro move.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks.
Honestly, that was probably the best move that he could have done, so that he could pretend that he just had like a small account because he already got caught with it in the camera.
Something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your
Dude is a politician at this point. I was gonna say, yeah.
WB account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see exactly what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
No, that would be a nightmare.
Circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
Did he like signal the cat to, or did he like train Jasper to like take out the router? That'd be funny.
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar,
I don't know who their controller is, but California in general just sucks, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts.
I mean,
so the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that.
I feel like Phil and Wings are a lot more interesting than Boogie, like on their own. Maybe it's just me. Keem is so funny with his rap sheet. Keem like shows up in every single thing. Every single thing has Keemstar in it. It's kind of ridiculous.
Constantly petitions for donations. He would not accept a deal that provides.
He's both the best and worst person on the internet. Yeah, it's funny where he shows up. Like sometimes he'll be the good guy, sometimes he'll be the bad guy. Either way, he's Keem. He's like a chaotic neutral who just keeps on doing weird shit.
Finds what would normally be life-changing money.
The unstoppable garden gnome.
For donations. He would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
If I were an IRS date, the stuff I'd do for $50K is terrifying. Yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
The algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you.
Keem, how are you surprised? If you know who Darkside Phil is, how would you be surprised about this? That would just be Tuesday.
the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The locale podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was, like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find like, what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid. Pretty much, there's no solid evidence.
It's pretty solid.
That proves anything like 100%. But if it
well,
did
I guess
come
it's
out,
just really strong
would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because.
Oh, this is a current fan. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Also, maybe Phil doesn't want to be in a position to be self-sufficient because that might scare him. Maybe. It could also be that he wants to be a dancing monkey on his own terms and not Keem's dancing monkey. It could also be that.
Often say, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still like probably like watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently
Honestly,
is.
I'm not surprised.
He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel
the DSP outlasts another one in meme. I think I do wish that this had come out a little bit later, because I think he just went on like another major podcast, didn't he? Phil definitely struggles to share the spotlight. Yeah, I can see that.
Other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Yeah. I mean, for that shred makes a lot of money, so that's fair, I guess. Just he needs to stop spending on the alcohol and the WWE champions. But yeah, that was interesting. I learned a few things that I didn't know about. For the main part, it's a good overview. It is freaking long. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. What else was I gonna say? I feel like there's something else I was. Oh yeah, maybe I'll watch that podcast at some point. Though knowing the host, I think it might be a little controversial. Oh, you learned a lot? You didn't know as much about Phil? But like I've seen his spending breakdown before. But I like the way that he presented it. June's generally really good at making these making these stories into like a comprehensible way to watch it. Like he's done some pretty good ones of these. I think the one that I watched the most was the Shane Dawson one. But that one's definitely condensed because I ended up watching a Mr. Snowflake video on the same subject, and he went into a lot more detail, and that was even more concerning. Yeah. No, I don't keep track of stuff that's not DramaTube, honestly. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. I guess we'll stop it here because I don't even want to know how long I've been on. Sorry for kidnapping you guys, but I hope that you guys had fun. I will be back on Tuesday, at 8 p.m. and then there's gonna be the new Caleb episode on Wednesday, which is supposedly gonna be very dramatic. So that's exciting. But hope you guys have a good rest of your Labor Day. And I'll see you later.